Good morning. Welcome to the Municipalities of South Dundas budget meeting day, morning, afternoon, for the 2026 budget. Today is Friday, December 5th, 2025. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I have a resolution, letter resolved that the December 5th council meeting of the Municipality of South Dundas now be opened at 9:01 a.m. Moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Vino. All in favor? Carried. Disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof. We are reviewing the projects at the plazas, which I won't specifically call interest in, but conflict of interest in. But if there is a comments about levies or revenues for the plazas, then I will declare it at that time. So when we get to that point, if it does arise, then I will declare.
Yeah, I'll echo that same situation.
Okay, very good. So for councillors, feel free to have the conversation go where it wants to go at that time. Okay, introduction of the 2026 budget. And we have our Treasury team and CEO here. So thank you. First off, I'm sure we'll have lots of thank yous at the end, but we'll kick off. I just want to thank the team on their hard work to get us to today and share the results of that. And we'll go forward. So I'll pass it over to CEO Don to kick us off.
Thank you, and I'll be relatively quick with this. I guess first thing, I'm kind of took the wind out of my sails, Mr. Mayor, but that's exactly what I wanted to say is to the team that's around the table here today. Just thank you very much, the department heads and all the staff that worked on this budget. It's something that starts, I would suggest, in August pretty much, and then goes in earnest up until this point, and even Poor Julie was getting emails from me a couple nights ago at 9:30 because of as we were kind of making those final tweaks to how we're presenting things. So I do want to express my sincere appreciation to the team around the table for the hard work, and specifically want to make sure that I acknowledge the hard work of Sean and Julie for putting this together, because they are truly the conductors of this orchestra today, and I really thank them for that effort that goes into this. So with no further ado, I'll turn it over to our finance team.
All right, thank you. Good morning. So I guess we can get started on the budget. So through you, Mayor Broad. To start, I will give a high-level introduction of the budget, and from there we'll go to each director to give highlight of their operating budget, and then a recap of their capital budget. If you have any questions, certainly feel free. If there's anything that anything that involves a change to the levy, we do have our spreadsheet ready to add or subtract and see where that takes us. So we do have that ready to go as well. So budget introduction. So I guess a few key takeaways to start. First of all, the levy is just over 10 million for 2026, which is an increase of 610,876 or 6.5%. The increase to the residential tax rate is 4.1, the municipal portion only. Counties had their budget deliberation on December 2nd. Their proposed tax increase is 4.48%. The cost of living adjustment for wages for the municipality is 2.4%. Assessment growth for 2026 is 25,665,000, which means 215,578 increase in tax revenue. And municipal taxes for an average home of $211,000 will be an increase of $54.66. Any changes to the levy, changes to the levy of $93,909 is a 1% change. So our operating expenditures are summarized in this chart. We have wages and benefits at 40%, operating expenses, so goods and services, 38%, transfers to reserves, 17, and we're proposing debt this year for the Morrisburg Plaza. So the debt charges are expenditure of 5%, so the payments for the debt. Our wages and benefits, 2025 was approximately 5.5 million, and in 2026, we're budgeting 5.8. Again, 2.4% wage increase is based on our cost of living adjustment policy. The increase to health and benefit costs is 12.5% in 2026. And we are proposing 2 new positions, 1 full-time and 1 summer seasonal. Insurance, we don't have a confirmed number yet, but our broker is estimating a 3% premium increase. So we had budgeted, prior to knowing this, a 7.5% increase. So we're hoping for a bit of a surplus there, which would be nice. The funding of the operating budget consists mostly of taxation. So 71% being taxation, user fees at 13, grants and donations at 7, and reserves at 9. So just a quick overview of the capital. As a reminder, so anything that's in under capital are items that are tangible capital assets and are amortized throughout the years that we are using the asset. Minor capital are items that are not a tangible capital asset and are not amortized. And the incremental ones are the studies and small projects. Oops. So capital offsets. So our goal of the asset management plan is planning for our future events for capital. And ultimately, the goal is to have enough reserves to pay for these projects and assets going forward. We are improving on that. You'll see that there's less and less on the current tax rate, but we do have debt for some projects, some bigger projects. But a lot of it is being funded by reserves currently, and grants, of course. It's still a challenge to maintain the aging infrastructure while meeting the needs of the community and keeping the annual levy at a reasonable rate. So staff continue to make the difficult decision as to which assets will be addressed this year and which will be, I guess, deferred for to a later date. The changes that we've made since our last meeting, when we last met with the committee, or as a committee of the whole, for the capital projects. So from that date, we did change. We had a project in 2025 for two-way radios and to change from analog to digital. That project is ongoing. So anything that wasn't spent in 2025 will go into reserves at the end of the year. And we'll use those reserves for 2026 to pay for the balance of the project. And I guess the other thing was the facilities projects now funded by reserves, the ones that were on the tax rate. So they've moved over to reserves. So a quick summary of the capital budget. Again, it's essentially the same budget that we had looked at in November. But I guess whenever staff, the directors discuss their department operating in capital, they'll address this again then. So just kind of a summary of the capital, the minor capital, and the incrementals. So funding of the capital budget. As I'd said, the goal is to have reserves and grants to fund it. But with the larger projects going on with the plazas, we are proposing debt for 2025 and 2026. And as far as debt, oop, my screen just went blank. As far as debt is concerned, I just gave an example of if we do borrow $1 million, that's how it would look. Our annual payments on a 10-year loan would be $119,339. Those are the current interest rates from Infrastructure Ontario. So the net levy required, based on the proposed operating and capital budget, is the $10 million. And it does represent 6.5% increase over from 2025. That does exclude growth. All right, next slide. So there's been no update to the market value assessment from MPAC. Projected growth is $215,578 based on the 2025 dollars. And the anticipated tax revenue will be allocated based on residential 69%. So that is represents the largest portion of the tax levy collected. It's from residential, and then 8.5 from farm, 13.3 from commercial, and 9.1 represent the rest of the classes. So 46.3% of taxes collected are forwarded to the upper tier, and 10% to the school board. The municipality retains 43.6% of that collected. Sources of revenue, if you consolidate the operating and capital, it then is 51% of taxation to cover the operating and capital. And then the rest being reserves, debt, grant, and donation and user funds, the other 49%. So budget considerations. Being assessment growth is over 25 million. That helps our budget. The Canada Community Building Fund, formerly the gas tax, that contribution remains at 361,000. The OMPF, it has increased in 2026 by 237,000. And our OCIF has increased as well, and there'll be an additional 67,632 in 2026. So our budget challenges remain the same. To keep it again is a challenge to keep the current level of service. I guess the concern with sufficient staffing, the need to increase reserves, the cost of materials and services keep rising, and many projects are postponed because of constraints with funding. So this busy chart, I guess the important part is the bottom right. So it shows that we're proposing a 4.1% increase on the tax rate. The counties have proposed a 4.48, and we don't yet know if education is changing any. So all that put together brings us to a 3.84% increase.
Can you flip back there just for a second? Thank you.
To that slide?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just for my spreadsheet on the binder is different than what this spreadsheet says. Okay,
Oh,
thank you.
Yeah, because the SDG.
the counties,
Yeah, no,
we
I
updated the
understand.
counties.
This
Okay.
was- Yeah, no, understood. I just wanted to write it down. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so this gives a summary as to where the increases are year over year by department. Again, to the 4.1% residential tax increase. So to make a 1% change in the tax rate, it means almost $94,000. Whether we increase or decrease, it would take $94,000 to make that 1% change. So in 2025, we saw the last step to building the asset management plan, which was the 10 years proposed level of service. From there, we will continue to update and tweak based on the changes that are happening throughout the year, and we'll come back to council once a year with those updates. And just a quick summary of where the asset management plan is suggesting our reserves should be annually. And so that's in blue, and the orange is the current funding to those funds. Reserve and reserve funds, there's the balance that we're suggesting will be at the end of 2026. So good thing is the transfers in are a little bit higher than the transfers out. So we're building our reserves a little bit for future use, which is a good thing. Debt capacity, municipalities' net debt charges for 2024 were just over $1 million, and the estimated annual repayment limit available is, again, just under 2.8 million. So the ratio is good. There's lots of room. We're in a good position right now. This is the debt schedule that we're anticipating up to 2023, with the current debt included in, the proposed debt, I should say, included in this table. So it would be the debt that we proposed for the Iroquois, as well as the one for Morrisburg. Grants and donations. So council will have a chance today to discuss what they'd like as far as grants and donations, what they want for funds in there. The applications don't close until December 2023, or sorry, December 23rd, 2025. Yeah, it's still open. And we'll come back to council in January with those applications, so you can make a decision on where the funding will go. So just a little recap of the Committee of the Whole on November 12th. The feedback that we received was to look into investment in the Youth Hub. There was a question regarding fleet schedule variations, so we can look at that. Consider leasing a backhoe versus purchase. DuPont Park changed funding to Parkland Reserve, which did happen. The South Dundas Municipal Center, front step purging. Earl Baker Park interlock replacement. Matilda Hall roof replacement. CCTV and clean sewer mains for Morrisburg roads. Public Works summer seasonal, and Parks and Rec customer service new position. So that ends the introduction from me. We can move on to the directors and their departments. So again, it'll be overview or highlighting their operations and a recap of their capital projects.
Thanks, Treasurer Stewart. Just a couple comments before we turn it over for the first segment, I guess. So just to recap, so current state with the counties 448, ours at 441, school board at 0. The increase overall would be 3.84. Correct? Okay, so that's kind of where we're working from. Very good. And we know how much $100 swing each way. Interesting comment about the insurance, and I think we probably a good idea to protect for that. But obviously, when we get into that item line, we can dig in a little more on that. Otherwise, that's a great introduction. Appreciate the information to kind of kick us off and get us going and see where we're at. As we have calculators going, we're all set.
Give us 5 minutes if you want. Yeah, it's just a quick question.
Yeah, of course.
Just on
Mike, you want?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Broad. Just on the reserve contribution, and maybe I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but what's our percentage target? And then where are we at with the added contribution this year?
Through you, Mayor Broad, you're saying our total reserve contribution?
Yes.
Be-
Yeah, so based on our asset management plan, it gave us a percentage of what our target should be on an annual basis. Just want to compare that to what we are actually contributing to our asset management plan this year.
Okay.
If
Yeah,
you don't
we
have-
can
if you
come
don't
back
have
to that.
number,
Yeah.
if you don't have that number, you can come back.
So I think just to add on to your question, when Mr. Nelson presented, we had some charts about the future, how we got, and I think we want to look at where are we at 2026 on his chart or whatever. So give you an opportunity to dig that chart up, and we can
I will
take a
look into that.
Yeah. Okay. Corporate services.
Thank you, Mayor Broad, and good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding the corporate services budget. I do want to follow the tone set by CAO Dahan and Mayor Broad and just take a moment to offer my sincere gratitude. As many of you know, the corporate services team is small, but we are mighty, and I want to acknowledge the dedication of our staff. So from communications to reception and everyone working behind the scenes, we are the face of the municipality most days. And I just want to kind of give a shout out because our staff in the corporate services team certainly puts their best effort to guide residents, offer solutions, and support the community with professionalism and compassion. And the work that the team does comes from a place of genuine care. And we're all very happy to be serving South Dundas. So I just want to take a quick second to kind of express my appreciation to them because they're constantly rising to the challenge. So on that, as you know, the good, the bad, and the ugly come through the corporate services department. But I would like to take a second to kind of highlight some positives from this year. So a notable success has been an increase in marriage license revenue. So this is a direct result of a staff initiative by registering South Dundas on the Service Ontario portal. So this has allowed residents to search the nearest location to offer marriage license services, and it has allowed us to increase visibility and accessibility. So we get calls from people from Ottawa who are willing to take the drive down to get a marriage license in South Dundas and go out for lunch and visit the community. So we've seen some really great results because of that initiative. We continue to offer officiating services on the weekends, and there's several of our staff who support that. So it's really strengthened our services and improved community satisfaction. You'll note, kind of to speak about some of the increases that you'll see. You'll see some wage increases. This is based on CPI and some increased benefits. We've also seen a little bit of an increase under our consulting fees, and this is because we've added our archivist under this line. It used to be separate. And the last point I want to make is just the incremental changes under our computer and software licensing. And in my humble opinion, this is just a reflection of the team evolving and continuing to improve our efficiencies within the department. So happy to address any specific questions, but thank you.
Yeah, I'll start off. I got two questions. Just one for Treasury. In our binders, just so we're all clear, the actuals are end of October actuals in our binder for 2025. Would that be correct? As we printed these in November? Just so when we're doing some math in our head to see if we're ahead behind from actuals. So the actual lines.
No, it is, you're right. Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, what's the date you have at the top?
So November 26th was
That's when the actuals are as of.
Okay, so as of November 26th, so I know there's more bills that come in a month to go, but this is actuals for the first 11 months. Okay, very good. That gives us a good grounding to compare 2025 actuals to 2025 budget. For the archivist wages, Clerk LeBrun, was it the same amount, our share, 50% added here?
Correct.
Okay,
So
very
it
good.
reflects 12 and a half hours a
Very
week.
good, okay. Thank you. And I know there's more to come in the future on the archive overall, but I just wanted to see what we put in there. Okay. Yeah, Councillor Smith.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Broad. Just a clarification on the wedding ceremonies line. Okay, so are the people that are getting the licenses actually getting married here as well, or they're just simply buying a license here?
Through you, Mayor Broad, thanks for the question, Councillor Smith. So not necessarily. We do have a lot, I would say the majority of people are coming in just maybe for a license.
Okay.
And they've already, they already have their officiant booked or, but yes, we do both, but I would say the majority of this revenue is most likely licenses.
Most likely license. Okay.
Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Rod. So through you to the clerk, I was just wondering, what consulting, what do we use consulting for? I see there's an increase there, so I was just curious.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Broad. So the consulting fees, as I mentioned, the archives are in there now, but it would be if we did, if we evaluated a job, a new position, we would send that to our consulting firm who does those evaluations. I'm just trying to think of off the top of my head what else could be in there. Pardon? Oh, lot lines, surveys, appraisals, any type of those types of items would fall under that.
And just to follow up, so is the archivist in the consulting or is it in the wages?
Consulting.
Okay, thank you. That's.
Anything else for corporate services at this point? And of course, as we go along, we can always come back as we get a feeling for how we're going. Okay. Council.
All right, thank you, Mayor Broad. Not a whole lot to highlight, but certainly a few things. So you'll see that we have a contribution to the election reserves. As we know, the elections will be in 2026. So we've added 42,000 into that reserve. For grants and donations, so we have a $50,000 pledge to Dundas Manor that you'll see reflected in the budget. There's also 25,000 allocated for the dollar for dollar grant, and it's up to council now to kind of give staff direction on an amount that we want to see for the grants and donations. So last year we allocated approximately, I think, 30,000 or 32,000. So that's for council to decide tonight or this morning. And another thing I wanted to note that that's in this budget is a clothing allowance. So council, we've allocated some funds so that council can also purchase or have South Dundas clothing when you're out in the public and taking pictures, attending events. We thought this was important to add back into the budget. And if I can go back a little bit, we've also added some funding in there for staff as well under corporate services. I forgot to mention.
That'd be good, because I know Rebecca always wearing his blue and green shirt today, so maybe I knew in the photo ops. Two things. One, the Dundas Manor transfers are completed then. Is that correct? No, we have, so isn't,
Through you, Mayor,
Yeah.
to you, Mayor Broad, we're in year 7 of 10.
year 7 of 10, so,
2026 will be.
so where does that appear?
The Dundas Manor?
So is that part of the grants?
Yeah,
Is that part of the grants and donations of $50,000?
So that $50,000 is only for Dundas Manor.
Yeah, okay, so there's nothing in addition to,
right, that was my question then.
Sorry.
Right.
no,
Okay, so we need to add to that line item if we're to have any grants and donations. Very good. Okay. And second question, which we could talk about now or at the end, maybe when we look back one way or another, but that's a noting that we need to revisit what we want to have for our grants and donations line. You want to add on to that, Deputy?
yeah, so the straight math then last year, so the straight math then is we donated additional 31,258 towards
Right.
grants and donations, because 50, yeah, okay, gotcha.
Okay.
And I'm assuming we did not give when does the 50,000 due at the end of the year? Because it's not showing up as the actual as of November 26, so I'm assuming we pay that this month.
Being it's the end of the year, yes, we'll have to get that check out.
That's good. We keep it to the end of the year so we get interest for the entire year. So we're going to give. Very good. Second question. County Council on Tuesday, when we talked about elections for 2026, in the IT segment, it was stated that council electronics purchasing is being transferred from counties to South Dundas. So does that fall into this budget or a different budget? 'Cause
Through you, Mayor Broad, it would fall under this budget.
this budget, so.
So,
okay.
so the purchases would come from the elections reserves.
Okay. Oh, okay, very good. That makes sense. then.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's election related then. Okay, very good. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, I was just, actually through you, Mayor, I was just gonna ask about the election reserve. So we transfer about 13,000 a year into the elections, so what would be the goal? Should you always have an election in that, election, so we're transferring, it's 42,000, so that's the approximate cost of the upcoming election, so should you always have that much money sitting in your reserve in case for some reason you had to have a by-election or something at some point in time, or what would the goal be for that reserve?
Through you, Mayor Broad. So for the elections, as you know, we went through an RFP, so we had to purchase all the equipment and the services to conduct the elections. But on top of that, there's also advertising, communications. There's miscellaneous payments or costs that are associated with the elections. But I think to your point, it's good to have money in the reserves in case, in the event there is a by-election or there's unexpected costs that are associated with them. I don't have a perfect answer for what should be in there, but I think I'm confident with what we have when talking to other clerks and discussing what everyone else is doing. We're all pretty on par with what we're putting into.
Yeah, I would say that
contributions.
potentially, if that was the case that happened, we have our working reserve, right? We would draw from at that time.
Well, that was my question. Like, if instead of always keeping, 40,000 or so in that reserve, like, do we really need to do that? Like, could we, if there was an emergency that had to happen, like in terms of election, whatever, could it just come out of operating, or like instead of having like an extra 30 or 40, like that? I'm just curious if we need that reserve, like, to have that much in it at all times. I was just curious if there was a potential that we could save a little bit, like save this year's transfer payment out of that. I was just curious.
Yeah, so to Councillor Smith's point, election reserve has 63,000 today. We're going to add another 13. We're going to expect to take out 42, leaving 34,000 at the end of the year. So the question, I guess, the question for us, I guess, is not to you, it's to us, right? You know, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess then the question to council would be, would everybody feel confident with not doing that $13,000 transfer this year and taking an extra 13,000 out of that reserve, reducing it from the 36 or it was down to 23 or 4?
Councilor Ward?
Thanks, Mayor. So just a point of clarity, I'm assuming that reserve also functions if council is over in a year, so it doesn't hit the tax base. So if we decide to do, so for example, if a new council is elected and they have training or they have additional conferences they want to go to, that comes out of that reserve, correct? No, it does not. Okay, and then can I ask one question?
Yeah, of course,
before-
absolutely.
The $9,000, it says, council cost recovery, are we billing the mayor out, or, just out of curiosity, can you just explain that?
It'd be our counties pay for conferences for us. for the
Okay, so
deputy
that's the
mayor and
return
mayor.
back, okay.
Yes.
So essentially,
Yeah, so essentially, yes, exactly. They're paying us for me to be there, so.
perfect, no,
that's
thank
good.
you, I just wanted to clarify
It's
that.
in the 4.48, not the 4.1. Yeah, so back to councillors, noted, I mean, like, you know, there's something, we could reduce it a little bit if we wanted to have that just as a smaller amount, if we don't, you know, carry that forward, or think about it as we're going through here to see if that's an opportunity we want to look at.
Was there a specific reason 13,000 was chosen this year?
It's been 13,000
It's been
every
It's
year.
always
Always been
13,000, how many
13,000,
years
yeah.
is it, sorry, through you, Mary, how many years has it been 13,000? Since,
I don't know how many years, several.
many years? Many, okay,
At least 3. It's been, yeah.
yeah.
We've probably got ahead is what the situation
Yeah.
is, right? We, you know,
So-
we over 7 or 8 cycles, we never spent the total amount because we do a good job sourcing good election.
Yeah, so is there a legislative reason why we have to have a certain amount in that reserve? No, so we could if we want, yeah.
Yeah, opportunity.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm not seeing much support either way, so we can revisit it, right? It's an opportunity
Yeah, okay.
to come back to that. Okay, I'll mark that down as a potential here on council. Councillor,
Just gonna say, I might have heard over in the peanut gallery, but there is an opportunity there for like to fund our grants and donations. That'd be.
But yeah,
somewhere
that's
we
right.
could
Yeah,
kinda divert
that's
some
a
stuff
good.
around
That's right. Yeah. So we got 2 things to come back to. So a plus and a negative maybe there. Yep. Okay. All right. Anything else for council budget? All right. Seeing none, we're on to treasury. Treasury makes us money, right? Let's see here.
Okay, so for Treasury, I guess the operating items to note within this department is you will see the reduction of the interest income. We've reduced it 50,000. No surprise that interest rates are lowering. So the money we make on the funds in the bank account is lowering as well. So our account is based on prime less 1.65%. So as prime lowers, so does the interest. There was a change in internal staff, I guess a shift from our department to admin, the clerk's department. So wages and benefits have lowered for Treasury. We have new auditors this year, so there is a reduction in the cost for our audit, starting in 2025, and we've moved 5,000 from reserves to offset the startup, basically their startup costs that was included in their RFP. And last thing to note, we've transferred the property tax that was once in Treasury to, it was for the plazas, to the Director of Parks and Rec. So you'll see it in his budget instead of ours. That's pretty much the highlights for us.
Very good. And I do know at the past council meeting, Deputy Mayor requested an update on future investments. I know there were some conversations, so that'll be interesting in 2026 for Treasury to come back with potential investments to
Definitely.
potentially increase that revenue line. So mark that down as a to-do in 2026.
It is a to-do.
Yes.
And
very good.
actually, to bring back the reserves, so I do have information on that. Total reserves that are required, or annual requirement based on the asset management plan is 13.5 million. And we are currently, I just lost that screen, currently transferring 3.6 million in 2026.
16%, or something like that. I had quick math, but
Yeah, much lower.
okay. Twenty-six percent. Yeah, 0.26. Yeah. I was just doing quick math. Okay. All right. Well, we can, as we go along, keep that in mind. Anything else for Treasury? Okay, seeing none. Fire and Emergency Service, Acting Fire Chief Ben Don.
Heavy on the acting, please. Thank you very much.
Interim.
Yeah, sure. So Fire and Emergency Services, it's been obviously a year of transition and change for our fire staff and fire department. But I will say, appreciate the hard work that our volunteer service does. In terms of the accomplishments of last year, we have purchased a new vehicle. We've done some work in terms of bunker gear and supplies and making sure that our stations are well supplied to be able to respond to resident needs. One of the projects we have ongoing, which we'll talk about when we get to capital, is with respect to our update to our paging system. So we're converting from, right now our analog pagers are in pretty rough shape and not functioning as well as they could have. So vision was to, and is to, convert over to the digital side of radio networks and upgrade all the pagers. So we do have the radios purchased, and what we're doing right now is just working with our dispatch to be able to upgrade how that dispatch or that page goes out through dispatch, because it is on an analog channel. So there's a little bit of work that needs to be done to get into the controller. I'm honestly sorry. These are all new terms for me, so I'm doing my best with the terminology, and I apologize if it's not quite right. But we're well on our way, and that's so it is essentially a carryover project for us. What we're looking at for 2026, and I know that council's, if you look at the budget, it doesn't have our wages for 2025 completely in there yet, and that's just because we actually we only pay our fire service members once per year, and that just happened, so you're not seeing that yet hit. But I think we are going to be close to, but potentially slightly over budget. I'm making sure I'm saying that correctly. So a good estimate, but I think a reflection in terms of how busy the fire service was over the summer months, and I know council is well aware of how busy that really was. So we're continuing to trend in the increased direction and have increased wages and benefits to accommodate that change, or that continued increase in demands for service.
That would include new recruits and training, right?
Correct.
That's affect the wages.
Correct.
As we're 12 new. Is it
Yes,
12?
yes, we're
12
new recruits that have started as of their first meetings were this past week. So
Very good.
Yeah, it was very good, very good. We're excited to have them on board. And then you look at the wages and an increase, but then when council actually figures out if the difference between this, the response we provide, the number of personnel we have versus a full-time service, it's I think it just speaks to the value we get through the service we have and the importance of continuing to support it the way it is. So I'm sure council it's pretty obvious when you look at the numbers. In terms of other things to point out for council, again, I mentioned the radio program, and then of course with that we have to make sure we have the proper licenses to be able to broadcast. We have transfer to reserve. Our big, from the capital side of things, for fire and emergency services, I think they're on the next slides. We have really our big thing is just purchasing bunker gear. With new recruits, we have to fit them up, and then of course not every piece of it is tailored based on the people that are coming in, so it is custom fit to people. We do have some older equipment, so we're trying to cycle our older equipment out, but we also, what we're trying to do is strategically make sure we're replacing enough year over year so that we're not hit with, we have to replace 50 bunker gear sets in 1 year. So we're budgeting for, it was 9 sets, thank you, 9 sets of bunker gear in 2026. And the other one, if we can go to the next slide, was, like I said, the two-way radio project, that continuing on with that work. So if there's any questions, happy to hopefully answer them.
Yeah, I got a couple to start off with. Just increase health and safety. Just curious, specific items or more training or more on that item. Super important. Just curious.
Yeah, a combination of all of that.
Okay.
Some additional training items like puncture-proof gloves. So we're as the service expands and some of the things that our service members have to deal with, we do have to make sure we have the right kind of equipment for them.
And to the deputy mayor's continuing point about the asset management plan, so 90,000. How easy is it to go back, Treasurer Stewart, to one of the slide rule with the blue and the red? It had each department and it had transfers to reserve. Or not that we have to go back, but interesting to know for each department if we're transferring 90,000 in, like. Now we're starting to see like what that slide there, right? So yeah, so it's not specifically, it's divided up into other things. Okay, very good, very good. Apologize for going back to that slide. It wasn't necessary. Questions on fire? Yes. Councillor Ward.
I just had 2 questions. One is just clarity on the telecommunications. It's gone up quite a bit. I see it's separate from the radio program. So what is that? Is that like the dispatch?
So if we go back a couple slides, it does highlight a little bit more of that. Yeah, it's a new cable maintenance program. So the maintenance that we have to do to make sure our radio systems are functional. We have a CRTC fee and then some other
Thank you.
tower and dispatch
So that's that. Okay. Thank you.
work.
And then my second question,
Yeah, of course,
Mayor,
yeah.
is, and it's not really a question for budget, but maybe something to bring back in the future, is the revenues that fire generates. Obviously, we talked about that previously at a council meeting, but if we could revisit that for the following year, just to make sure we're kind of keeping up with everybody else in the area for the MTO rates and whatnot, just to make sure that's top of mind to continue to try and earn some revenue to offset the cost to the tax base.
And ironically enough, yesterday, our contact through, remember the insurance recovery program we entered? Our contact was here and met CO DeHaan and brought us a check, I think, or, yep, brought us a check, actually. Yeah, so we're continuing on that program as well. So one of those, hope to not have revenue. That means
Right.
less insurance claims, but when
Correct.
we do, then that's coming back. So,
Okay,
so that was a good program that we implemented 2 years ago. So
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Building and CBO. Mr. Turner.
Mayor Broad, good morning, council. Andrew Turner, CBO. I'm going to talk about some building and bylaw stuff. First, I'd like to thank my staff, my crew in building, planning, and in bylaw. Chase, Tyler, and Chantel have been wonderful and contributed quite a bit to us being very successful again this year. From buildings standpoint, from a budget, we had a reserve transfer of $62,000, which is not going to be in 26, which was basically a rather large building permit fee that is come and gone. Seems we're gonna have an increase of $41,000 in wages and benefits due to a relocation of resources. So anything further from that, I think I'll need help with our friends in
Well,
Treasury.
I think if you flip the page, bylaw wages are down too, right? So it's the offset of.
Okay, thank you.
Of putting the wages to the right department, I partially believe so.
And I understand we'll be doing some consulting to review the building permit fees to eventually try to have our permit fees cover the costs of the building department. Anybody have any questions regarding the building stuff?
Okay, moving on to bylaw.
Bylaw stuff. We've eliminated the dog licensing program for 2026, which will make a reduction in income. That being said, we are also going to have a decrease in wages and benefits due to the same relocation of resources. We're going to have an increase of $3,500 for professional development, which basically is training, etc. And then overall, we got a very large reduction in budget of $32,000 because we've switched our animal control to our friends at Russell Township.
Excellent. That's good.
If
Good
anybody
savings.
has any questions about that, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yeah, Councillor Ward.
So I don't have a question. I just wanted to highlight that, again, municipalities working together, look at the savings we're seeing, and that's just one small, tiny piece. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for looking for that efficiency. I think it's
Yeah,
well,
And that's been working very well. Thank you.
good. Awesome.
Thank you.
And bylaw fines. So yeah, and of course, we could see a change in the fines. And now that we have an AMP, we're going to use the AMP in two ways, right? So the municipal fines, right, are a potential now for revenues if needed, right? So we may that'll our first year with that, right? So we won't know how that comes about. So we'll monitor that throughout the year and see what that brings. Anything else for bylaw? All right. We're on to planning. See you, Don.
Yeah, thank you very much. So with the planning, this is really related to more or less our Stephanie, our planning consultant that works on behalf of the municipality. So pretty straightforward budget to present to council. I do know on the next slide, it can provide a little bit of highlights. We're reducing our fee revenue, just again, recognizing some of the trends, but conversely to that, we are increasing the expenditure. So right now we are relying on Stephanie for some good support, or our planning consultant and the counties for good support with respect to the multiple planning items that we deal with on a daily basis. So one of the things we're recommending through the budget this year is increasing that hours of service to 14 hours of service per week, which hadn't been budgeted for in the past. But the reality is based on how we are using that service, that's effectively what we need to continue on. Just because applications don't come in, it doesn't mean that she isn't involved in a file. There's lots of work that happens beforehand, and this really actually, if anything, ties into economic development, which the clerk will speak to a little bit later on, and that's a big part of that work that happens. So even though it's captured under the planning budget, there is an element of economic development support that we get through Stephanie and the work she does for us, because it's meeting with people, following up on leads, looking at the planning side and zoning, official plan, coordinating meetings with county and other stakeholders and projects to be able to move things forward. So again, we don't have a planning application necessarily for some of these things that come in, but there's a lot of work that's happening in advance of those planning applications coming in.
Very good. Questions, comments? Yeah, and I think it's a great, again, a shared service with the counties. They own the position and the HR and that part. So, and we buy the service, and as hours requirement changing up and down, and the need comes, and they've hired another person recently. So that's good to have succession planning in place, and it's a good service between SDNG and South Dundas for sure.
Thank you. And I think what I should also recognize is it's 14 hours per week, but we also benefit. And there are weeks where Stephanie may not be here one of those days just because of XYZ, but we have access to that individual 7 days a week, which is quite beneficial. So we are budgeting 14 hours a week, but we do have some great partnership there that really benefits the municipality.
Very good. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to Public Works. Director Hyman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So, like all the other departments who have spoken up to this point, I'd like to recognize our road staff, the men and women that work as part of our transportation department, the dedication which they have to support the municipality in road construction activities, in just general maintenance, litter collection to snow plowing and removal. When the radio's telling everybody to stay off the roads, we're calling everybody to come in to work. So I just want to take some time to recognize those fine staff. And also, I would be removed if I didn't thank the contractors that participate as well to aid and assist the municipality through roadside mowing as well as snow removal. Without the help of them, we'd have a hard time getting through the added activities that we can't support with municipal staff. So I wanted to take that time to thank everybody as part of the Public Works Department.
Just a comment, Director Hyman, before you move on to money, I want to talk about staff for a second. Every fall I always schedule a time to have coffee with the roads department to meet all the contractors for the wintertime. But I think twice now we've had to cancel because they've been out in the road at 3 a.m. plowing. So the credit to them and what they do. You know, we're staying off the roads and they're the ones going on the roads in this wintertime. So credit to them, and looking forward to meeting the folks here next week, and we hopefully get out and not have some snow. So yeah, thank you for that work, and that's a great comment to recognize your staff. Thank you for that.
Okay, so the fun part, Public Works. So here we go. So you'll notice that wages and benefits has increased from 2025 to 2026. Contract budgets reduced this year because these two activities are biannual activities. So one is the OSIM reporting. We do that every 2 years. And the second one is the centerline painting. And you're going to ask which center lines we paint. We paint Lakeshore Drive from County Road 2 all the way to where it turns into Ottawa Street over here at Crookshank Way up to the roundabout. So we're responsible for the center line and the white line. So those are biannual activities. So they're removed for 2026. You're going to also see an expense reduction of $80,000. So what that was for our gravel roads and maintenance program. Each year for the last 6, we have placed 3 inches of stone on the roadway on the full section of roadway. So with that being said, each gravel road within South Dundas, which we maintain for wintertime activity, has received 6 inches of stone. So we're going to put a pause on that program for the next life cycle, so for the next 3 years. And we're going to keep the grader going and keep the potholes out of the roads. And then we'll reintroduce that once the 3 years are up, or if sooner, if need be. You'll also see for winter maintenance increased budgets. So for materials and supplies, this is to convert our roads program over to salt instead of using stone dust only, with a mix of salt. Right now we're doing about 85-20 or 85-15 stone dust to salt. We're going to implement to reduce or remove the stone dust and just go with straight salt. And through myself and CAO DeHaan, we feel that we'll be able to maintain a better road network. Our trucks have the capabilities to apply straight salt. We've reduced the salt ratings to save when the weather is warmer, so there's not as much salt going down on the roadway. And we just feel it'll be a better product. Our neighbors to the north, North Dundas, they've done this for the last couple of years where they've used straight salt. So you'll also see the contracts for snow removal has increased, and we introduced a new line item as damage repair. So damage repair could be anything from mailboxes to civic numbers to sod through wintertime activities. So these would be things that will correct in the springtime. So we've kind of introduced a new line item just to separate it from snow in general from our E2 account. We've just created this extra damage repair account so we can track, see what kind of damage that we do incur through the year. I can answer any questions which you have on that part, or we can keep continuing on.
Yep, Councillor Smith. Sorry.
Through you, Mayor, I just want, could you go over the part about the 80,000 for the supervision of gravel resurfacing? So we're not doing any gravel resurfacing?
So through you, Mayor Broad, no. So now we're going to strictly keep our gravel roads the way they are. They've got more than enough granular material. By adding, we're building the road up, and it's getting narrower as we build up. So we're going to maintain where we're at and keep the grader out, keep the calcium on it, and do everything the way we normally do, except we won't have that 3-inch layer of gravel going down every third year. So that's the program that we're looking to introduce.
So that's the pause. We're not doing, so this year we're supposed to be gravel and we're not doing it.
We do gravel every year.
Oh, but
So,
it
yeah,
just
so now
rotates
for the
around.
next 3
Okay.
years,
Okay.
we're gonna put a pause on it, and we're gonna evaluate the situation and see how our gravel roads hold up.
Okay.
Any other questions this time? Yeah, Councillor Ward.
Thanks, Mayor. So I don't know if this is the right time to talk about bringing up that staff that we had talked about in the previous
Right,
meeting of
yeah.
council. So I was under the impression that we were going to put in 1 full-time instead of 2 seasonal part-times, but I think in this budget, it's just
Just the
one
seasonal, yeah.
So I don't know if this is the time for us to consider putting that back in, or what. I think the delta, as the deputy mayor likes to call it, is the 16,000. So
I think it's only one season,
Right.
not 2 seasons, one season. versus
correct, he
one
already has
full-time.
one seasonal, so
Yeah.
we would be giving him 1 full-time, and there would still be 1 seasonal. Because we're not removing the other season.
For summer, yes.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Maybe for this cycle, we just have the seasonal and then revisit it once we've had the worker for that seasonal for one season. Deputy?
Yeah, Mayor Broad, thank you. Yeah, no, I've been thinking about this because I think we had a very fruitful discussion about whether or not we should just hire 8, and it's not additional, but take 1 of the 8 of the winter, and maybe hire a full-time where we keep with the 8 winter, and then we would have 1 full-time permanent for the summer, 1 full-time seasonal. But rethinking about this, and I know there was some discussion about succession planning and whatnot. You know, my feeling is on succession planning, and this is not to minimize anybody's role within any corporation, any company, but there are certain positions amongst a corporation that succession planning just, I think, organically happens, that you do not need to plan for it. And I think when I think about the seasonal workers, the full-time seasonals, I think that can organically happen if there's a reason that we believe that there's somebody that's outperforming others that we would like to maybe offer through competitive, if we need to hire a full-time permanent. I think it just organically happens. So I'm really comfortable about just adding a full-time seasonal at this time. I mean, what happens with the seasonals as well, I believe there's some in and out, so we're not tied down to a full-time permanent. If something happens, they underperform, then, you know, the release of that employee is less abrasive to us than if it's a full-time seasonal. I think there's less liability on us in terms of that HR role. So I'm okay with just offering up for this year the full-time seasonal worker, and then let's see what happens in the future. I think I got all the full-time seasonal permits in my mind, right?
Councillor Ward?
It's at the will of council, so if
Yeah.
nobody else wants to, then that's fine.
just seasonal for 2026, and yeah. Just, for 2027, obviously, it's a conversation you can start to think about, right, after we've had that position, and so status quo on the budget.
I did have one more
Yeah, of
comment,
course, go ahead.
Mayor. So I just
Yeah.
wanted to make a comment that I appreciate that the feedback I gave about the salt, moving to salt only is taken into consideration and applied. I think I've gotten a lot of feedback from rural road drivers that would prefer the salt rather than the stone dust. So thank you for incorporating that. I do think it's an increase to level of service that many people have been asking for. So thank you.
So I'll add a note to that one that we will have a surplus of stone dust left over from this season. So we'll keep that in our shed. And for the nights and days that are extremely cold, we will definitely revert to stone dust to put on our roadways. We won't just apply salt because after a certain temperature, salt's ineffective. So we still have that extra layer of attack, if you want to call it, that we can still apply stone dust. And we still have a grader with Scarfire blades. So they'll be getting out on the gravel roads more often and Scarfiring the gravel roads, keeping them so that they're safe to travel on. So we're not just throwing caution to the wind here. We actually have a plan and we're ready to move forward with it. So. All right, so I won't talk too much about the staffing. I think we just nailed that one down. So capital projects for 2026. So you'll see on the next slide, if we could, right there. Here's the list of capital projects within our roads department. So you'll see sidewalk renewals. This year it's in Iroquois. The streetlight program, which will be in Elma. The guardrail repair on Carmen Road, which is out just south of Craig's Packaging, I guess you'll call it, on the curve leading towards the point. A shared work with North Dundas for Irish Headline Road, Winchester Springs Road. A shared activity with SDG counties for Haynesville Road. And then the next roads that you'll see, they're all part of our SRO, our Surface Renewal Overlay Program, which is in Morrisburg. So you'll see High Street, St. James Lane, Sheldrick, Chrysler, Loyalist, Caraway Crescent, and Ravenhurst. So the breakdown is just the roads or the sidewalks which we'll be doing, which will be Beach Avenue, Miller Street, and Rooney. The one on Rooney, that's from Billings to County Road 2. And then the crosswalk at County Road 2 and Rooney, that will be part of Vailcraft as their crosswalk to get us to the south side of County Road 2 to hook up with the new sidewalk that runs in front of the plaza. Miller Street is the road just to the west of the plaza that already has a new segment of sidewalk from County Road 2 in. So this is coming from Dundas Street to marry up with the new segment of sidewalk as per that new sidewalk in front of the plaza. And then Beach is from Island Park to Elizabeth. And once Beach is completed, that will complete our sidewalks, which we winter maintain for both Morrisburg and Iroquois. So then we can revisit the sidewalk replacement program in 2027. I can bring a new program to council, or in 2026, I guess, and for council to approve or to debate or to switch as they feel fit. Streetlights is in Elma. There's going to be 6. They will be solar powered lights on an arm attached to a hydro pole. So there'll be no hydro connection required. We'll just have to go into a joint ventured agreement between us and Hydro One for the use of their pole. And then we'll put one light at the intersection of Marcellus and County Road 7, where the community mailbox is. So then the community mailbox would then be lit as well as the intersection would be lit. And that would be a solar light as well. So I mentioned the guardrail replacement. So in the photo attached, this is on the north side of Carmen Road, I guess you'll call it. The south side was repaired in 2025 due to a motor vehicle accident. So this is the other side of the guardrail. So we're gonna fix this one up. So they both look the same. And then this is just an overview of our public works for the either joint tendering activities or, as I mentioned, the SRO program. And I can answer any questions which you may have at this time.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Broad. Just a couple quick questions. Hopefully, we pass this budget with the Alma street lights in, and I know that's something that we've been talking about quite a bit, and which is actually a new asset, so I can understand that it should come out of the tax rate. Question for the Carmen Road guardrail, though. Would the cost, would the replacement of guardrails be part of the contribution we normally would give in our asset management plan? So in other words, would it be defined as,
So through you, Mayor Broad, it is identified in our asset management plan as an asset, yes.
okay, perfect. So just a quick one on that one, and I think I said it last year at the budget, I just feel that if we're contributing towards the asset management plan for items like this, then to me, this should come out of reserves and not out of taxation, because every year we're contributing towards that asset management plan. So that's, in my opinion, I think we should reallocate that it should come out of the reserves. I'm not sure if anybody else has the same feeling or not, but. And I say that with knowing that we're adding more in this year than what we're taking out as well. So, and I know we're not hitting the 26% mark, which we never will hit the 26% mark, but that's kind of my rationale there on that one.
What's the dollar amount there, Deputy? Just
It was only 18,000, but
18,000,
it's a
okay.
little
Yep,
bit, right?
Yep, 18,000, okay. We can mark that down as potential. Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
yep, yeah.
Just going back to the street lighting, and it's just more curiosity. So again, if we pass this budget, hopefully we do with the street lights in it. Jeff, when do we think we would be able to implement and install and get the street lights up and running?
So through you, Mayor Broad, so the first thing I would have to do is contact Hydro One and get that agreement in place for the joint use of their hydro pole, which is they've done this numerous times, so that should be a relatively easy activity. And then we'll place the order for the new arms and the solar heads. And once they come in, they could be readily installed through our streetlight contractor. So we're hoping very quick turnaround. Once budget's passed and everything's tidied up, then I will definitely follow up with Hydro One right away, and we'll get that part of it going. So
with your
I would
estimate,
say early summer.
Yeah, I was going to say, like,
Early
I'm
summer?
hearing kind of spring, second
Yeah.
quarter, get it in for the summer, and then that way for next fall, winter. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that.
And we're currently don't have the funding for the east end of Morrisburg, so we're going to move ahead with the plan for the paving of the west end of Morrisburg currently. Okay.
Okay, fleet. So you'll notice in the fleet account, we increased the repairs and maintenance line by 65,000. Unfortunately, the cost of parts are not getting any cheaper. Shop time at a garage is not getting any cheaper. And our mechanic, does a great job in being diligent of repairs and the cost of each part. He shops around looking for the best price. We just can't seem to keep up. So we've increased that by 65.5. And our transfer reserves for fleet replacement, we've increased that to 800,000, where in 2024 it was 490, 2025 it was 750. So it's now proposed at 800,000. Do you want me to proceed with what we're looking at purchasing, or do we want to stop right there and field some questions, if any?
Yeah, hopefully repairs are cyclical and not continuing. Hopefully have some down years, but tricky because we don't know. That's the whole point of repairs and or preventative maintenance as well, right? That more preventative maintenance can be more cost effective because it's not in a breakdown situation where it could cost you more money. So continuing those programs are important. So I think it's smart for us to add that extra money in at this point into this budget for sure. Yeah, Councillor Smith?
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Broad. So how many pieces of snow removal equipment, how many snow plows do we have? 9?
Right now, we have 9 frontline plow trucks with 1 spare. We have 3 sidewalk machines, and we have a farm tractor with a scraper blade on the front. And a 3/4 ton with a plow and sander.
Right. What would a typical lifespan of a frontline plow be? What did it used to be, and what is it now? Like, did we used to budget for 15 years, 20 years, but now we're shorter than that, right?
Stand by with that.
Yeah, just to add on to that, 9 snowplow trucks. We have nine snowplow routes, so every truck is on a route.
Every route has
a dedicated plow. Yeah.
Plus a spare.
And then we have that one spare. So
spare.
One. So truly a spare. We have 9 on the road at a time, and 1 is a spare. Yeah.
And it's a 15-year replacement for
Yeah,
plows.
so what I was getting at was just looking at our increase in our maintenance line. I know that snowplows are expensive, but are we to a point where instead of going to a 15-year, should we be trying to shorten that up to a 10-year and just to keep rotating that? And would that, the increase in, we're going to spend more buying, but it would be way less in maintenance? How would that work out?
I guess we would need to know the data on the repairs accounted to our older vehicles.
Yeah, from year 10 to year 15.
Right. Is that a majority of the repairs or not?
Right.
Right. That was the data.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, that would be data to probably not at your fingertips, but it'd be interesting to know.
I can tell you though, from the KIR report I offered at council, a few council meetings back, the bulk of our repairs, the big ones are after treatment systems, are engine repairs that I would call, I don't know what the right word is to call it. It's activities that our mechanic cannot repair. It has to go to a truck center. It has to get diagnosed, repaired through
The more
third party.
sophisticated the truck is, and the
we
equipment
just
is.
don't have the software. It's not worth it for us to own the software when we only have 3 vehicles that have that style of engine in it. So, and then some engines aren't keeping up with other engines, and I don't want to name throw here, but it's a slippery dance that we have to perform.
Yeah, and really, our mechanic is for mostly day-to-day activity, oil changes, minor repairs, right?
Oh, he's on top of all that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But that's a lot of the hours as well, right? And then
Yeah.
when we have these major breakdowns, yep. Councillor Vino.
Just to Councillor Smith's point, it's not a discussion for today. This is a much bigger topic, but we've noticed that. So we took you can either have a big shop with lots of mechanics and old equipment, or you can have a lean shop with not many not many mechanics and newer equipment. That's basically the 2 ways you can operate. We've gone to the lean shop, new equipment style, and shortened our rotation up on our trucks. So to your point, that's kind of what we did too. So 15 years is a lot now for these new trucks with emissions equipment.
Yeah.
You get into these big repairs in the latter part of their lives.
Right. Councillor Smith.
So I don't think this would work, but would there be any way that we could go on to like a 10-year lease does exist, but could we go on to a 5-year lease in a plow truck and then just constantly keep, or would that, we wouldn't put enough hours on it to make that worthwhile? No?
Through you, Mayor Broad, nobody would lease you a plow truck.
No. Yeah.
Not in that style of environment, unfortunately.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. And again, I don't want to get into that major discussion, but you're the one who brought it up a little bit, Councillor. So how long have you switched to your thought process and the way you operate? And are you finding, I don't need to know dollars because it's your business, but are you finding there is a significant savings?
In our business, unplanned downtime is a problem. So that's when the truck breaks down out on the road. So that costs you as much or more because you got issues with your customer, you got issues with lost freight or stranded freight, anything like that. So we see it both in the maintenance shop, a lot less R&M, but a lot more consistent level of service if you want to look at it that way. So we went from a 7-year turnover cycle to 4. And that's what we're working with right now, 4 to 5, depending on it. But yeah, we've definitely noticed big gains on our side.
Councillor Ward.
I
Thanks, Mayor. So I'm not going to weigh in on that because I don't know anything about it. But one thing I just wanted to note too to council is, like, if you look at 2027, which is the year following, we're going to fall short. If that's my understanding, in the fleet reserve. And I'm just wondering if for consideration, if council maybe wants to split that this year, put some extra money into the reserve for fleet so that it doesn't hit next year, and then kind of keep doing that, because we're gonna fall short many, many years, but looking at adding maybe some funds to that reserve to try and compensate so the new council is not at a loss of how they're gonna fund that.
Looks
fleet
familiar
reserve.
to what we had 4 years
Correct.
ago.
I don't want to leave. Yeah, exactly. So, just a thought we can come back to. I'm not sure what the percent we should look at, but just a thought.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Broad, and I think we're on the same page a little bit here, but I think there's a bigger picture or bigger discussion to have. When I look at the chart that's in front of me and I see only one green, and for the next 6 years, 8 years, we're gonna be in the red of a tune of about $16 million. So I think this is, we need to have a much bigger discussion, if I'm reading your chart right.
Yep.
Correct, if I'm just reading this right, it's about $16 million over 8-year period. Yeah, go ahead if I'm missing the point.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor, or Deputy Treasurer?
I'm the deputy mayor.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor to the Deputy Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Going back to Councillor Ward's part about the reserve fund going negative in 2027, what's not included in that is a reality is the equipment that's being retired. We will dispose of that, and that money goes into that reserve fund. So if you sell 2 pieces for $30,000, then it's going to soften that number even more. Plus interest is very much estimated at this point.
So if I could
So
just,
I guess, and let's clarify 100% your question about it. The bottom line is cumulative or running total? The insufficient. That was your question. That was also right.
well, I'm reading this, that this is on a yearly basis, so in 27, we're 160 short, in 28, we're 2.4 million, but maybe I'm the chart's misleading too.
Treasurer Stewart.
So through
No,
you,
I know
Rod,
that. I'm
it is
looking at from
cumulative?
27 to 34.
It's cumulative.
So
It's cumulative. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Okay,
So if
okay.
you're
So then
looking-
we're then short $4 million, $3.9 million after
Correct.
2034.
Correct,
Okay,
yeah.
Softens the blow, but
Yeah, I
doesn't
was having a
soften
heart
it.
attack there.
Well, I was too, because I'm just trying to do the quick math
Yeah.
going up and down, and I'm going, oh, wait a minute, here, something's not adding up. So it makes
So-
me feel slightly better, but not great.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It's still $4 million over an
10
8-year,
years, yeah, 10.
10-year period, right?
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
actually less now, Mayor Brock, 'cause it's 2034, so. So I think we need to have and I know we keep kind of discussing it, not discussing it. I think since it's our final year, we should have a committee of a whole, and let's go. And yes, maybe we're going to nitpick a little bit on equipment and fleet and whatnot, but I think we should have a very wholesome discussion on the overall structure. I think we need to somehow find efficiencies, and I know that Jeff, you do a great job on your snow plows, and I'm not suggesting others don't. But I think we need to somehow come up with some efficiencies, which may also lead to a discussion on the level of service. And if we have to do an adjustment to the level of service, that may be the discussion we have to have as well. You know, we talk about the snow plowing, sidewalk snow plowing. Maybe we have to have another discussion about that. We talk about other things in terms of park and rec. Maybe we've got to have, so I think we really have to set aside a good, and I would suggest not a add-on to the add-on meeting, that this may be a half a day meeting where we can just sit down and maybe at the end of the day, the chart is still the chart. But I think it's just, we've always kind of not sidestepped it, but we've been lightly talking about it, and I think it's time for last year, we really need to get a handle on it.
Yeah, I think
And just to finish my thought, take advantage of an expert with our staff that's on council, be able to give good insight to this as well.
Yeah, I think we've done a good job managing within the 4 years, but never got a clearer picture on the out years. So I agree with that. Yeah.
Including fire.
Councilor Vino?
I just wanted to go along with what Councillor Ward said. I mean, we can look at this towards the end of budget, but I would be in favor of allocating a little bit more to the reserves for fleet, just because in the end of the day, we still have to buy equipment that's not gonna go away, and if we're that deficient or insufficient for that long, we need to fix that for the next council. and the councils after that, and for the municipality as a whole. And as we talk about potentially changing our structure, you know, to having to buy some equipment earlier than what we planned on to get away from some of this R&M issues, having a bit healthier reserve for that would be good. I also know that in our fleet, we have a certain number of vehicles that are probably not going to last to the point that we expected them to. So we're going to be into it even more insufficient funds potentially. So I would be in favor of topping this reserve up a little bit more. This one is...
Yeah, I think to add that, I'll get to Councillor Smith, is then that's how important we're tying together like the repairs on age of trucks. Like we got to tie all those things together into the conversation, not just the fleet schedule and the funding of it, but overall holistic. Yeah, because you know, whether we have 8 snowplows, 9 snow temps, 12 fire trucks, 11, it's still going to be a lot of money, right? Yeah, Councillor Smith.
Yeah, just while we're looking at this slide right now, what were the major purchases for fire in 28? I believe there's a frontline pumper coming that year. Is there anything else? Or what else is coming that year? A tanker. Okay. Yeah. Williamsburg tanker.
Right, Chief?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Broad. And just to follow up, and it's a quick question. So what is the timing of when we issue or we finalize the budget and approve the budget officially to the time we'll know if we have any surpluses but for year end?
Yes, if you watched my county council meeting, Treasurer Sturt,
Well, it wasn't your county council meeting,
the one
but
I
it's
was
our
at.
county council meeting.
Through you, Mayor Broad, yes, to know for certain what our surpluses are, it would be when our audit is completed. So June, approximately.
So to your point of the county council meeting, it would be nice to recognize this, if any surpluses, and then we could allocate the surplus directly to our fleet management plan if we want to do such, right?
versus working reserve.
Versus working reserve. So I would, you know, I guess what I'm suggesting is, and just thinking back on the last 3 years, and I think we've always had a little bit of a surplus, correct me if I'm wrong.
Director Hyman may be eating into that with his maintenance line.
Well, but you're right,
But you're right.
and then
Yeah.
you're absolutely right, and that's what the uncertainty is. We're really just talking about estimates, right?
Yeah, of course.
We're talking about estimates, and I always like to say, yeah, we want to, hopefully we're guesstimating high to allow us to have that little bit of surplus. But I think I would feel comfortable about saying, let's put a pause on adding any more reserve money into fleet until such time as we recognize where we're at in June, and recognize once we have that committee of the whole meeting to say, okay, maybe that's what, and maybe we just got to adjust a little bit as well. So I would feel a little bit more comfortable. It just, I agree with what you're all saying. You're saying about the contribution, but I think we got to get to the next step before we actually contribute any more to the fleet management plan. Let's get the big picture is what I would conclude.
Noted. Yeah, for sure. Deputy Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to expand on what I think the Deputy Mayor is alluding to, it's well within council's control to use any reserve for any purchase. So you mentioned the working reserve. If council determined that they want to buy a zero-turn mower and use the working reserve, that's well within your control. This is a budget for what staff are approved to do next year. What council decides maybe a better plan is entirely up to yourselves.
Good to know. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, it just, I know you said about 10:30 for a break, but I think the other thing that we're, and I'm not, again, trying to spend money that is on paper, but as we were talking just before the meeting, we still have that RSL promissory note that, as it was reminded, I think around
1.8.
900,000, yes, 1.8, but I think 900,000 is on shares, so we cannot get that money.
Right.
Or use that money, but there is $900,000 there that we can use that money if need be. So again, maybe that's something we've got to look at that may help you know, with something along the line. Ben, don't get too excited about it, okay? I'm just saying, I'm not saying we're using $900,000, but I'm just saying it is our money, and we do have a right to use it if we want to use it. I don't want to go there, but if we have to, then, like you say, reserves are for rainy days, and I see this fleet management plan being a rainy day.
Yeah, that's,
You know, thank you. So I'm just saying, let's just not put all, you know, focus on just this. Let's just throw anything and everything out. And let's have a good, fruitful discussion about it, and then land on somewhere where everybody, including staff, CAO, DeHaan, is comfortable with.
So-
Fair?
yeah, fair. And I think the raised eyebrow by the two of us is we'll need to add to that is end of January the Pulse committee. So that's the review for electrification in Ontario. Once that's report out, RSL may have requests, strategy, whatever. So we'll need that information to add on. So we'll add that as the to-do list to make sure we include that, which we always would. But that's why we're like, ooh, yeah, there could be totally different opportunities there as well. So.
Yeah, okay, fair
Yeah,
enough.
yeah,
Good
yeah.
to know.
So it's
Thank
add, yeah, for sure. So I can add Pulse to make sure we add that on there. Yeah, Councilor Ward.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to ask why radios are in the fleet schedule now. So fires radios are not in the fleet schedule, but public works are. And I know they're in the truck, so like I understand that, but could that not be an like operating expense? Because it's an add-on, right?
Through
Treasurer
you-
Stewart.
Through you, Mayor Broad. Yes, we can move it if council wishes it be moved.
The only reason why I'm asking, I know it's really not making a difference to the bottom line, but it adds to the fleet schedule in the future, right? Because it takes from the fleet it takes from the fleet reserve rather than hitting the tax base is what it's doing, right?
Right, and I guess probably the reason why we chose to put it there is because it was going into vehicles. But yes, it can be moved anywhere. It can be just under equipment instead of in the vehicles. So, and the funding can come from another reserve or the tax rate.
And can I ask one
Yep,
more
absolutely,
question?
yeah.
Is the intention to move forward with like radios in trucks so we don't have to buy them separately? Is that like when you buy a new truck, it will come with a radio? No? Maybe that's a stupid question.
Dr. Hyman.
So through you, Mayor Broad, so once the initial purchase is made of the radios, then once every new vehicle comes in, that radio will be removed and installed into the new vehicle. Like with our GPS, like our AVLs.
Yeah.
We remove out of the vehicle, install it in the new one, enter in the new serial number, and we drive on. In the same way with our two-way radios will be the same thing. Remove, install in the new, and install an antenna, and we drive on.
So the hope is that the radio outlasts the vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. So then maybe I would just say that maybe it should come out of the fleet reserve since it's not specifically tied to a specific truck. It's just my theory, and I know it's not saving money. It's just going to save that bottom line, right, by 47. So you'll have a bigger surplus to offset the.
Yep.
If we're not going to contribute more to the reserve, I'm just saying.
Right. Yep, fair point. And yeah, and then going forward, are we just replacing radios as they break, right? Or in 10 years, are we having a whole 15 years having a whole another, we're buying all new radios again to refresh, right? That's the difference too, right? Between that, the strategy that is over the next 20, 30 years, we just replace them as they break, then that's operational, right? So yeah, if not, they could be then fleet because we're going to do project based. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, that's fine. We could do that. Okay. Anything else, Director Hyman?
The only next part is breaking down what I've presented for fleet. So
Yep.
if you want to continue, we can continue on. Okay, so you'll see within the fleet purchases for the roads department, there's the purchase of a backhoe. We did present that earlier during capital. Being replaced is a John Deere backhoe at a project cost of $201,000. Councillor Vino mentioned about a 5-year lease, full service lease. I have reached out to numerous suppliers and I did ask for their opinion. So through talking with CAO DeHaan, when I go to tender, I'm gonna ask for 3 separate line items. One's gonna be an outright purchase. The second line is gonna be provide pricing for a 1-year warranty, a 3-year warranty, and a 5-year warranty. And then the next line item is gonna be provide pricing for a 5-year lease, full service lease. Once we receive pricing, then we'll sit down and we'll come up with what's the best bang for your buck, if you want to use the term, for the municipality moving forward when we talk about equipment. Because if we proceed with the backhoe as a 5-year lease, then that could in turn maybe suggest a grader might be worth a 5-year lease, or another backhoe, or it could go to something bigger. But we'll sit down once the tendering is done, and we'll know those numbers once we see the results.
So so the question for Treasury then, so if it was then a lease, would we see the lease amount annually in the fleet schedule, or would that be in operational? Where would we see that line item?
So to you, Mayor Broad, it depends what type of lease it is. If it's a capital lease or, it could be a capital lease and it will remain in there because after the 5 or however many years we own it. Or it could be an operating lease where after the end of the term, we have to buy it out. So I guess depending on the type of lease.
Okay. Yeah, very good. Okay. And we'll have more of these questions when the time comes, what we choose. But yeah, I just wanted to know on that. Councilor Vino.
Yeah, I really like that plan. The only thing I don't want to pile on, just whenever we come to that conversation, if we could maybe take the maintenance history from this 2012 model over its history, and then we'll have that to compare as well, because then we'll be able to see, like, if we were to buy it outright, no warranty, what it's going to cost us over the span. If we were to buy it with X amount of warranty, what, you know what I mean? So that we'll be able to compare what, if we're taking the R&M out of it, what we save there versus what we're going to pay for the lease or the warranty.
Cool. Very good.
I can add, though, in speaking with one of the manufacturers, it was a 5-year full-service lease plus a buyout after the 5th year on the remaining balance if you wanted to purchase it outright. If not, you return it and you go into another 5-year full-service lease. So we do have options. So I'll bring that back once we go to tendering, once tendering is complete. So the next one is a snowplow, a single-axle snowplow. This has already been approved. Council approved this in early 2025. The truck is due to arrive in Kempful next week. It will then be taken to Carlton Place, and then from Carlton Place, it'll be transported through by Gincor to Mattawa. And then it'll have the snowplow harness installed, which was removed off of one of our units that we had shipped to Mattawa. So this project is coming to the end of completion. We hope by the end of January, early February, we hope to see this new single axle snowplow. So with that being said, early 2026, I will come to council again for pre-budget approval for the same process. Get a truck in, get the old harness taken off, sandblasted, painted, so it can be ready to be installed on the new vehicle for 2027. And then the last one for fleet for myself is the purchase of a 1-ton truck. Presently, we do own a 1-ton vehicle, tandem wheels on the back end with a dump box. That truck is used almost daily within the roads department to pull our hot box for asphalt operations, as well as during the wintertime it carries salt to our sidewalk machine that's in Williamsburg. So it's in every different type of weather. The dump box is in great shape. So we're gonna retain the dump box and the hydraulic pump, and we'll strictly replace the chassis underneath the dump box. So those are my purchases for fleet. I can answer any questions that you may have at this time, or I can direct them to Mr. Jansen for the continuation.
Councilor Vino? Yeah.
The first one is on your the way you're kind of reusing the equipment on the plow trucks. I like that, and just for future reference, like with this bigger fleet conversation we're gonna have, the issues that we have with the R&M right now is a lot to do with the chassis of the trucks, right? The emissions and the engines and stuff. So this process that Director Hyman is currently in would you know, you could kind of do a hybrid model where you're retaining your salt box, your plow harness, your plows and everything, and just swapping out chassis earlier than we would normally. So it's like a 50-50. You're not buying a complete new apparatus, you're just swapping out the running gear. So I like that plan. As for this truck, what's the what's the reasoning? Is it rotten? Is it too many miles? Is the engine giving out? Is the transmission giving out? I'm just curious what the reason to swap out the running gear on the
1 ton?
On the 1 ton. Yeah.
It's just based off of the years that we've owned it as per our fleet replacement. So that's where we at. We can keep going with like reevaluate +1, reevaluate
Yeah.
+1, but we're at the end of our what we deemed useful life as per our fleet replacement program. So it was just it came up.
Okay. I would like to, like, I mean, that's $85,000 this year. If the truck has some more life in it, because it plays in the salt and whatnot, I mean, if there's, it's not going to be, as long as it's not rotten and it's still running fine and whatnot, I think I would probably keep it in the fleet myself, just because if we put another one into its world, you're just going to put it into the salt. I don't know if we undercoat our stuff or not, but I should know that. Do we? We do? Good. But yeah, if this truck's in good shape, I mean, it's a tight budget as it always is, and that's $85,000, close to 1% right there. Well, wait, where's the funding? It's reserve.
Reserve.
So doesn't help anyways. Yeah, but it helps in,
Well, it may.
Yes.
It may, because you can just not contribute as much to the reserves.
yes, correct. Yeah, if the truck still runs, I'm fine keeping it in the fleet.
Yeah, I'm always worried about R&M on these type of things.
Well, and that's the biggest
That's
thing
right,
that
we'll-
we have to look at too.
Yeah, yeah.
So the only thing to consider moving it out is you're affecting your out year number. Eventually, you're gonna get another whopper of a year where 4 or 5 pieces of equipment will come due in once, and that's the only thing to be cognizant of.
That's very fair.
Yeah. Just moving a potential problem. Yeah.
2019. 1 ton.
I know you like keeping with the plan, right?
Yeah, that's my plan. That was my thought. Yeah, go with the plan. So
In this case,
we're just gonna move.
In this case, I think we just go with the plan because we have a much bigger discussion to have about the plan. So we should stick with the plan until we amend the plan.
Right. Well, it took 3 years. We got it.
Took 3 years.
Okay, moving on. Wrong arm. Okay.
Yeah, so good morning, council. So in front of you is a little bit more of the fleet, so a little bit of the recreation side. So as we discussed at the committee of the whole, we're looking at bringing a little bit of our grass cutting in-house here, doing a bit of a hybrid approach. So obviously to do that, we need a mower. So bringing the playing surfaces in-house, we had a good discussion about that at the committee of the whole. And then the second item in here on the rec side is last year we did buy the Kubota utility tractor, and just it came in a little bit above budget, so we didn't get all the attachments on the list from last year, so we deferred some to this year. So this is us looking to get a couple winter maintenance items for it as well, and trying to get that full season out of it rather than it just sort of being a summer vehicle.
It's great. Yeah, I really appreciate the level of service we're going to increase in a few areas, which is really important in our parks and rec side on that. So I have a little more control. Comments, questions? No. Oh, all right. That's the end of fleet then, for now. To be continued, but I think we're good at this stage, and we'll make us some notes along the way, and we'll revisit some of our opportunities as we go. I think we're ready to take a break, so we'll give ourselves 10 minutes. Let's reconvene by 10 minutes, so we're back online within 15. All right. tuning in. South Dundas Municipalities Budget Deliberations for Friday, December 5th. Moving to our next topic, landfill. Director Hyman.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. So in front of you, you'll see the proposed budget for the environmental services, our landfill. Notable changes was an increase of 40,000 for service revenues lines. You'll also see there's a $3,200 charge, which will be absorbed through the repairs and maintenance line of the GL for the installation of cameras. That work is going to be done through SDG counties with the help from them. We've had increased theft. Yeah, and I use the word theft at the landfill. People are coming in and scavenging through. So with these cameras, we'll be able to track those type of activities on what's happening within our landfill after hours. And then the big noticeable one is the proposed transfer to reserves of 400,000 compared to 250,000 from 2025. So within that 400,000, that is to get us set up for one, a transfer station, and two, closure of the Matilda landfill. So down the road, I will add that yesterday they came and did our topo at the Matilda landfill for airspace. They used a drone this year, so we should get more realistic elevations. And then that will be presented to council early 2026 once we get the results of that for our out years to see how many years we have left at Matilda landfill. So this 400,000 is just to get us set up in the right direction so that it's not a surprise when we go to start closing the landfill. So I can answer any questions which you may have at this time.
Which makes me to think that the ongoing transfer to reserve for the landfill won't be forever, because there'll be an end point. Obviously, still funds required. We should overlay that at the same time with our fleet schedule then, because at some point, if this is reduced, there's other opportunities for contributions to fleet. So that may be part of our solution with, because this is a significant amount that we're contributing and we'll be spending in the future. So we should overlay them to see what that looks like from an overall cash flow and reserve balances. Just mean, I think we should bring it part of the conversation.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, I agree. And I think to that point, just for clarity, just to that point, there is a PSAB requirement, right, for post-closure and closure. Do you know what ours is for what that amount is by chance? Sorry, that's a very random question. Because there is an amount you have to have on the book. You're supposed to have.
So through you, Mayor Broad, right, a PSAB requirement, well, I think it's just what's noted in the financial statements. So do you want to know that amount?
Because through you, Mayor, that's a target, right, that we're supposed to aiming for, just for that post-closure financing of that asset,
That is
the liability associated with it?
right, so that's the goal that we
Yeah.
need to get to, yes, for sure.
It just might help paint the picture a little bit better for council to know what that amount is.
Yeah, yep, and to add on to that, just while some thoughts are being made, current landfill reserve is 1.16 million, adding 400,000 gets us to 1.56 million. Replicating that again next year, we'd go up to 2 million in that reserve, so having a report on how much is needed and what that looks like over the years will be important.
So I will look for that and I'll update everyone whenever I do have it.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. Not really budget related, but I had a question. You know, I think we've recognized almost a full year of shipping our waste to GFL, reduction of the commercial. Have we noticed any, and there's a reason why I bring this up, because I've noticed this in our Ottawa sites with the change of direction on the bag limits and whatnot, that a lot more people, and unfortunately it happens at a lot of private sites, that they just dump their garbage and whatnot on private sites and then drive away. Have we recognized, or have we seen any increased dumping along our roadside since we have made kind of a change? And I know on the household waste, there's no change there. They're still getting it, but I'm just curious to know if you've recognized or witnessed any additional roadside dumping.
So through your Mayor Broad to Deputy Mayor CPR, yes and no. We're seeing waste being disposed of, like in front of the gates at the Williamsburg landfill. We've had numerous times where they're just piles of garbage in front of the old landfill. Where we see it more is on the quiet roads, like the McGuinness roads, the 9 Mile extension, the 9 Mile section south of Gilmer Road, where we removed the bridge on 9 Mile. So they seem to go there and offload their garbage, whatever it is, shingles, you name it. But along the main roads, no. You see more Tim Hortons cups and that type of stuff flying around. Not so much. It's the quieter areas that we see it. And so we kind of have our hot spots that we kind of tour around and look to see.
And subsequent? And this is just only from experience as well. And I know you've just alluded that you're going to get the landfill droned. I've again, just going from experience, have witnessed that the drone results sometimes are not the most accurate. So I would still suggest somebody go out and do some spot checks, just to double check regular survey field book, because I've noticed a couple times we've gotten some sites droned and they could be out a foot up or down, which when we're talking about landfill and fighting for capacity could over an overall area or a large area could have a significant. So it's just a suggestion to you, Jeff, that maybe you want to get somebody just to do a quick survey, just spot check it.
So when I get the results of the drone from WSP, I'll sit down with Jennifer from WSP and we'll review the data. And if there's something an anomaly that we notice, then definitely there's going to be another step involved. But she seemed pretty optimistic with the drone, that they've had great success with it. So I'll wait and see what the results show.
Very good. In hopefully potential, looking at actuals of our contracts, so that might be a line item where we come under in, so that'll be good. Treasurer Stewart?
So looking at the, noted in the financial statements, it does say the estimated closure and post-closure costs for both sites is $3.5 million.
Yeah, for both sides. Yep.
And that's closure and post-closure.
Yeah, so that's the liability that sits on the financial statement. So that's what your funding target would be. So we'll be a wild mayor, I guess, is my thought.
But in 4 years, you know.
Minus the transfer station, right?
Yeah, of
that
course.
we've-
Yeah, no, but in 4 or 5 years, and so, you know,
Yeah.
the fleet schedule is at 8, so you know, intersect some point.
It's
so.
a good idea, no,
Yeah,
for sure.
For sure. Yeah, I guess it proves the point that it's further out than maybe I thought.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's a good idea, though.
Yeah,
Still,
very good. Councillor Smith?
Yeah. So while we're talking about this, what was the approximate cost for the transfer station? Because that's also, we're funding the reserve for that as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Through you, Mayor Broad, it was between 1.5 and 2.
Okay.
But we can definitely find cost savings with the asphalt. We can go through the joint tendering with SDG counties for the asphalt portion, maybe do a little bit of the work in-house versus contracting. So there's definitely ways to
come.
shave off.
Yeah.
It was more the conceptual idea that we wanted to put in place. What did you want to have it see it look like?
Yeah, I think we're hoping to do it for a lot less, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and to Jeff's point, I remember when we got presented the costing and stuff, there was some unit rates that appeared to be extremely, extremely high that wasn't near the market. So, you know, I don't want to talk to Jeff offline about it. We thought there was going to be, I might eat my words on this, but significant reduction of the high level cost estimate versus the reality.
Excellent. Okay. I guess Councillor Ward, good question, proving to the point that the 400,000 needs to be needs to be there. Okay, moving on to municipal drains. Treasurer Director Villeneuve.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Broad. We basically just have the one slide on this right here. It's in 2025, our drainage superintendent, Mr. St. Thomas, didn't have enough grantable hours in drainage to apply for the funding. So a reduction of provincial grant will be $10,000.
Questions, comments? No. Straightforward, pretty small amount. Excellent. Parks and Recreation, Director Jansen.
Good morning, Council. So much like all the other directors here, I do want to take a moment to say a big thank you to all the Parks and Rec staff, whether it be the summer students out being lifeguards or the arena operators or the shovelers out this morning throwing down some salt in -20. Just want to send a big thank you to them. I know it's cold outside and it's cold in the rink. And also 2026 is a big year for some staff here at Parks and Rec. As we know, Chris Wooters, or Krusty as we better know him, has his retirement coming up, which is a significant event, I think, for the entire community here. So his final month here is in January, so we're looking forward to that. Moving forward into the budget. So this year in Parks and Rec, there's not a ton of major changes within the operations budget here. You'll see the slight increase in wage and benefits. Some of that is in, like I just mentioned, Krusty's retirement, so a little bit of succession planning there, as well as the staffing, which we'll get to on the next slide. Additionally, the waterfront committees, we've pulled them out of the capital budget and put it into the operations budget. Fits a little bit more with the tasks that they're completing throughout the year. So we're trying to manage our asset management plan, and some things like a movie night being funded through that through the waterfront committee isn't really an asset. So we're going to put it within the operations. So that's where the change in the operations budget comes from there. Additionally, you'll see the cemetery lines moved within here. So I know Councillor Smith and the cemetery committee have been making big steps here. So we do have, we're continuing with our reserve transfer, but additionally there's $8,000 in the budget. Some of that to go towards the existing grass cutting contracts, but also to give them a little bit of budget moving forward for some of the projects that they have planned. So that's a little bit of an update on the operations budget. Oh, and I did skip, sorry, the slide there does have the 50-50 grant. So I know council was discussing grants and donations earlier. We do have funding within the Parks and Rec budget to fund one 50-50 grant. I believe we've received one application and we've heard from another, or we've heard from two but received none. Okay, I've heard from one as well. So I think there's a possibility, you know, like it was mentioned earlier, December 23rd is coming up quickly, so there is a deadline. We are expecting a couple applications for council to review this year on that side of the grants and donations and financial programs that we run. So from there, I'll take any questions you guys have on the recreation budget.
Councillor Smith?
Yes. So just to clarify, going through that cemetery maintenance, how much of that would you say was existing before and that was in the grass cutting, the overall grass cutting contract, and how much is new? Oh, sorry, I had it on and I turned it off. Sorry. So regarding the cemetery maintenance, how much of that was existing that was in the grass cutting contract, and how much of that is new?
So the money there is all new, I believe. Seeing some smiles, so. So yeah, through you, Mayor Broad, all that money is new within the budget. Because the funds that we use to pay for grass cutting, as per the resolution earlier this year, we funded from the cemetery reserve. So this is us planning ahead going forward now.
Councillor Ward?
Can I ask a clarification question? Is this position in this budget or, the admin assistant customer service is in your budget right now?
So through you, Mayor Broad, I believe the funds are split between the recreation and the facilities budget at the moment.
So to that point, Mayor, I think the feedback I gave at the last meeting was that I really wanted to see this admin assistant stay with admin. And the sole reason is because I do think that it could service the other departments as well. Like I hear, you know, there's a lot of stuff that both the roads and the water and sewer department also need some support with. And I noticed it's somewhere in here about that potential servicing. So I just think it would be better to report to admin than to Parks and Rec, because if we get into water, sewer and roads, I'm not sure. And that's just my feedback. Obviously it's a discussion of council, but anyway, that's just one thing I noticed.
through you, Mayor Broad, I think Councillor Ward just set us up for the transition into the very smooth transition in the next slide. Yeah, so as you guys all remember from the Committee of the Whole on November 27th, if I remember my dates correctly, we had a good discussion with regards to this position. We're looking at improving our customer service rep while also providing some assistance to the Parks and Rec committee, or not committee, the team. We did meet afterwards, taking the feedback from council. So Clerk LeBrun and I did discuss it, and I think yes, in the short term, we are looking at a need for the organization in Parks and Rec to support. But I think yes, having it report to the clerk maybe long term provides the organization with more flexibility. I look at the Emily Signs 911. What happens if the province wants every farm field to have an entrance and a sign? Well, maybe now in 5 years from now, if that comes into legislation, now we have the admin staff to we can flex around a little bit. Clerk LeBrun and I were discussing like when they do need admin support, whether it's Dennis or whether it's Director Hyman, they do go to the clerk's department. And then we were also talking about some of the things that have sort of fallen from the clerk's department over to rec, whether it be facility bookings used to be done by the customer service rep. Now they're done on the Parks and Rec side. Accessibility used to be completely handled by the clerks. So there's some opportunities of some things that got downloaded to Parks and Rec. Maybe we go back to sharing them. Obviously right now in the budget, the finances still show it in recreation and facilities. That's kind of a housekeeping item. Like we're not going to change the tax rate depending on whose budget it's in. From there, additionally, and the discussion that the clerk and I had is it does provide more opportunities for growth for whoever comes into that customer service rep. Not everybody wants to be a clerk. Sorry, Madam Clerk. But it opens up the door that when we're doing those performance reviews that, if somebody's interested in, maybe moving into that recreation coordinator, moving through into, or maybe an infrastructure coordinator, you're learning a little bit more of the operations side and less of the clerk side. So I think it sets up us as an organization to grow individuals better as well. But outside of that, everything else remains similar to as presented on November 27th.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. And it's a really question that's going to maybe circles back to this one. But can you refresh my memory or tell me how many lifeguards we have budgeted for this year?
So through you, Mayor Broad, that one I believe is actually in the next section. But you will see last year we budgeted for 4. You'll see a wages increase in the recreation programming. You'll see that move up to 6.
6, okay. And that would give us better coverage for both Mooresburg and Iroquois?
That would match our level of service that we increased to in the middle of the year this year.
Okay. So the feedback we received was, okay, so what is that covering Monday to Sunday? What does that cover?
That remains with 3 lifeguards per beach during the week with a primary focus on swim lessons and then a little bit of afternoon lifeguarding.
So Monday to Friday?
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the things I think we all talked about a little bit was increasing the number of lifeguards for the weekends as well. And has that been considered at all?
At this time, it's not in the budget. It would be in the recreation programming budget, but if council's open to adding more positions, we can have that discussion, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Councillor Smith?
Yeah, just to go back to the part about the water billing that the new position may be helping with. How much would the contracted out dollar amount how much is that currently right now that we could be saving?
Through you, Mayor Broad. So the billing is for everything. So to, I guess, just take part of it, I don't know what the reduction would be on the contract, because the contract includes reading, billing, collecting, it's all of it.
Okay, so it's hard to determine at this time exactly what it would be. Okay.
Yeah, and secondary offset to that is our profit we receive from RSL, right? Yeah. Minimal, but it affects that as well, right? Councillor Ward?
The reason why I also wanted to look at this position is because if it is going to help with water sewer, there's a portion from water sewer that should come into this position and it's not in there right now. So just to offset So some savings there, like if it's a 50% in water sewer, or if it's a 25, like in my mind, should be billed back to the rate base, because you're gonna see that savings, I'm assuming, Mayor, through you to the finance department, through that, what Councillor Smith just discussed, there would be some savings there.
Absolutely. Whatever portion that person is working on water would go to the rate. Yeah,
So
absolutely.
there just might be some
Yeah,
savings
no,
in wages there.
Sure. Yeah, because I've been thinking about this. Deputy Mayor and I've talked in our travels. Not 100% sure of all the level of service, how it all affects. That's interesting though, that piece, because you know, as Deputy Mayor mentioned, we're really interested in more lifeguards. That's come from RecDev. We kind of talked it a few times here as well. So trying to fit how we could think about all these pieces together. Deputy Mayor?
No, thank you, Mayor Broad. I was going to reserve the comments for a little bit later on, but I might as well say it now. When I look at our current staffing, to be quite frank with you, I think there is a better need for us to have more lifeguards. I think there's a better need to increase our bylaw. We've been talking about that now for the better part of a couple years now. That's a feedback we've been receiving from our residents. And I think that's more of a direct benefit to I think maybe unfair comment, but maybe it's seen as a better benefit to the users of our waterfronts versus just an admin staff being spread out, addition of admin staff being spread out throughout the corporation. I think I always looked at we always need to look for efficiencies. We always need to look to work together. I mean, I'm sure Councillor Vino sees that in his world. I see that at my business, that we always pool together to help each other out and do tasks that maybe is not part of my job description, but it is just part of work. And I just feel that I think the addition of 2 or 3 more lifeguards to work on the weekends and perhaps increase a bylaw, I think I would support that rather than an admin assistant position at this time, but I'm certainly open to continue thinking about and having that discussion.
Yeah, I think we table the thought for now. Let's get through the facilities piece and then come back, because I think there's a potential other options, ways to think about it as we go through. But Councillor Vino?
Yeah, just ultimately, this is budget, right? So if we have it in the budget for a member, we're not deciding that we're hiring that member now, right? We can just,
if we were
if
totally
we put it
sure,
in the
we could
budget
put the
for
money
an
in.
admin assistant at X
Right.
amount of money, if we go with an admin assistant or a bylaw officer, the money's in the budget. What's that?
Through you, Mayor, the wage would be different though, right? Because the level of, like we pay our bylaw, I'm
Yeah.
assuming through you, Mayor, to the CAO, that's a
Yeah, that's true.
much different wage,
See O'Donnell?
There we go. Yeah, and if I may, like we could, I mean, I think we could probably come up with some rough numbers during a break in terms of what that difference looks like. It won't be, I suggest maybe it won't be accurate. So to Councillor Vino's point, like if the money is included in the budget, because this is what it's all about, is how much do we have to raise through taxation to kind of do what we think we need to do. We can come back at a later date and kind of have that a little bit more of a fruitful discussion on how those wages get allocated, because correct me if I'm wrong, Director Jansen, but this is really only contemplated towards like Q2 of next year anyway. And so it's not like we were looking to get this passed and then put out a job ad on January 1st. So there is time to how we allocate those wages in a different way. We can have that discussion.
Dr. Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. But is a statement not fair to say if it's in the budget, it means we're collecting taxation for that position? And if we don't use it, we've still collected the money through taxation. So that's where I always think about is we're collecting money, but are we unfairly collecting money if we do not move forward with a certain position? So I just like to kind of get it resolved on a direction now. So at least then when we're collecting taxation, it is for that position, whether it is or not, or for lifeguards. I always look at it like collect $1 million for taxation. Well, if you're not going to spend it at the end of the day, we've just over collected and asked people to pay for something that we're not utilizing. So that's always my mindset, right or wrong, Councillor. That's always my mindset too. Is let's be conscious about what we collect from our taxpayers.
Yeah, let's note the discussion and move on to the next departments, and then we'll circle back on specifically direction we want to give potentially.
I'm okay,
Okay, very good.
We're not quite going to switch departments
Yeah.
on you,
Oh,
Mayor
yeah, but
Broad, but
anyways,
we're going to look at
continue with
some
recreation, yeah.
we'll
Yeah.
look at some capital projects here in the recreation department. So no big changes here from the committee of the whole. So we're still looking obviously at the Morrisburg Arena, the Cenotaph project and its fundraising moving along quite well. The parking upgrades at the both waterfronts, continuing with our play structure replacements throughout South Dundas. A little bit of a carryover project to finish up there at Haldane Park, and then the Iroquois boat launch. So no real changes there, but if council has any questions, I'm happy to speak a bit more to them.
WR?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Broad. For the Cenotaph contribution, I believe I'm in favor of that 100%. I guess I'm just being, just asking the question a little bit, is it, do we really think it's a 2026 project, or do we think it's more like a 2027 project? So you believe that we've got enough momentum and enough funding available to complete that work? It's just a question. Like you say, I'm in favor of it. I'm just
Yes,
curious.
because the MP Duncan is adamant that it's going to get done this year because it's the anniversary. We want to coincide the opening of the new Cenotaph project with the anniversary of the Morrisburg Legion. So he's adamant that we're going to get this done. So I'm confident in it.
And a follow-up to that, Mr. Mayor, I believe that last I heard, they're well over 50% of their fundraising goal and continuing to get some substantial contributions and in-kind support, so.
WR?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Brown. Just a question on the boat launch that was up. Is that part of our asset management plan? Have we been contributing to that management plan for replacement of this facility or the use of the launch ramp?
Through you, Mayor Broad, I am not sure if that asset is in the asset management plan or not. I will do some digging for that and see, but right now I'm not sure.
Yep, Councilor Beadle.
Through you, Mayor, to Director Jansen. Phase 1 and 2, like that's all 2026 project though? Like you plan to complete phases 1 and 2 in 2026?
I believe through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the plan is to complete phase 1 and then reassess the final costs at that and see approximately where we're at. They wanted to also get some pricing on phase 2, and then if it's close, we might be coming back to council and having a different discussion as well. I'm working with some community members on that side. Like ultimately, if we can get both phases done for $105,000 versus mobilizing twice, I might come back and we can have a discussion with regards to that.
Okay.
Yeah, and through you, Mayor Broad, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. I heard Councillor Vino, this is one thing that I think the two goes hand in hand a bit. I really don't see a benefit. There is a benefit of doing phase 1, obviously, but it needs phase 2. To function properly, it needs phase 2. So, I'm going to be supportive of this. And if later on when David Jansen gets some pricing and we're a little bit over, then I'm going to fight like heck to move forward with this one and just be done with this complete project. Then it's completed as once. And then we don't, the next 3 or 4 or 5 councils hopefully does not have to worry about it.
Is that it, Director, on Parks and Rec?
That finishes up
Okay.
the recreation budget, Mr. Mayor.
WR?
Sorry, I apologize. I don't mean to monopolize the discussion here, but there's 2 things on the capital project. There's the swing set replacement of Bridalwood, and then there's the carryover added budget of $8,000. On the major, I thought on the minor, there was a play structure drainage repairs of $11,000. When I think about parkland fees and what we collect for parkland fees, in my opinion, this is exactly why we collect parkland fees. I do not believe this should be on taxation. I think this should be covered by our parkland fees collected, and I think we've got some money in reserves or reserve funds for that.
Reserve funds, Parkland balance. Yeah, we're ending with 264 and taking 70 this year with 194.
Yeah, I think this is specific. This is why exactly we collect the fees. It's a park, take the fees, move it over, and then that way it comes out of taxation. So I would suggest that That's almost 31,000 that we would allocate towards the parkland reserves. Plus or minus. Thank you.
What was the total, Deputy Mayor, just on that line?
Well, I think there's 3 lines, and quick math is about 31,000. 12, 8, that's 20, another 11 on the minor. Okay.
It's different in our sheet.
Oh, is it different in our sheets? Okay, well, I was just going by what was in the sheets in front of me, because it says, swing set replacement of 12. This is on taxation only, the taxation portion. Yeah, this is the project
That's the total
cost, is the
project, yeah.
taxation portion only. Yeah, so 25,000 is the total, and then 12, it was almost split 12 and 12, 12.7 to 12.2 reserves, to taxation. I'm saying we should do 100% is on the.
You tell me the exact amount. Just from your line that you read, 12?
Okay, so the first amount's 12,278.
Thank you.
The next one's 8,009.
Yep.
And the last one, how'd that get there? 11,000.
Thank you.
So tell me
Okay.
that's quick math, it's 31.
Yep. Just over 31. Okay. Any comments specifically on that request?
No?
Very good.
Any more comments, Mr. Deputy Mayor, on the recreation?
Oh,
Sure, I've got a comment to make.
when is level 1 swimming?
When
lessons
is level 1 swimming low? Maybe I'm being premature, and I don't want it to steal your thunder or CAO's thunder or anybody else, but we've got some great staff here. Everybody that gets out in the public is well received, I think. But I gotta say, David Jansen, the work he puts in with all of the committees, with meeting with all the various community groups, with meeting with anybody and everybody, I just think he does an exceptional job. And I just want to say that. Everybody does a great job, don't get me wrong. Bylaw, awesome. Dennis with the water, keep the roads good, Jeff, but I know the feedback I get, and I'm not being disrespectful, is always David. And you know, he's visit. If there's some tree limbing that has to be done, if there's something that has to be done, we'll sort out. I know you took it on the chin with the grass mowing this year. We'll get that sorted out for next year. But I just want to point that out.
He does it all on 1 Red Bull a day. His words this morning.
I'm a little nervous what the Deputy Mayor is buttering me up for, but let's move on to the recreation
turn the
programming.
page.
Don't turn the page.
Rec programming.
So speaking of staff, we did have a little turnover in the rec programming world, and I do want to give my compliments to Mr. Scott Heggie, our new rec programming coordinator. He's jumped right in. He's in the deep end. He just survived his first registration day that he set up himself. December is always our busiest registration month. And I think this council has said it many times before, and there's a lot of pride in our community in this rec programming and everything that we offer. So looking ahead into that, this year you will see a little bit of a Canada Summer Jobs reduction, but then you'll also see that increase in the wages. So as the Deputy Mayor's already hinted to, we did go from the 4 lifeguards up to the 6. Now I'll leave it to council to have a little discussion further there if they want to go elsewhere. The other spot you'll see a little increase is in the community programs. So we, similar to the Waterfront Committee, we moved the youth working groups budget into the community programs budget as well. So that's that $3,500. And then you'll see a slight increase in contracts. In hindsight, last year I moved the revenue up, but not the contracts enough. So that one's 100% on me. This year I'm doing a little correction. So the revenue is only moving up. The contracts are moving up by more than the revenue. I got a little overzealous last year. But outside that, those are the changes in the recreation programming budget.
Questions, comments? Councillor Ward.
Just a comment, I think this budget is extremely important to not only the youth, but also the seniors in this community. And I do hear a lot of feedback from both well, all age groups about the programming that's offered. And to David and his team, I'm not going to get into buttering him up, but this budget is well appreciated and it is well used by the community. So I'm in full support of it, but also looking for some discussion about the lifeguarding positions, because I do agree that's actually a really good point that you raised, and I would be supportive of looking at lifeguarding on the weekends as well, because it's an addition to service. So to get that discussion started, I don't know if this is the time we want to have it, but I'm in favor of that as well.
Sure. Yeah. Thoughts, Director, on how many lifeguards for weekend coverage? Because it's not necessarily a 1-to-1.
Obviously, very unprepped for this,
Yeah,
but
yeah, of
gut
course.
instinct tells me you're probably in the 3 or 4
Yeah.
range.
Right. Go ahead, Deputy.
Thank you, Mayor Rod.
Yeah.
I was being patient. I didn't know if you had. I mean, I guess we'd have to look at what kind of program we're going to be offering. I'm not sure we'd be offering like swimming lessons or any of the additional programs on the weekend. It's really just to have some eyes on the water, and whether that's 1 or 2. Again, I'm sure you're going to rotate, and I'm not sure if we can rotate through the Monday to Fridays to, you have to work the odd Saturday or Sunday, but I'll leave that kind of thinking up to you. But I'm wondering if we could get at least in principle buy-in for, a couple lifeguards this year, and then that will give time on the break. I hate to say time in the break, but it gives time in the treasurer to give us some numbers of what that would look like. In terms of whether or not it's an addition to the admin, or we bypass the admin just this year for in lieu of the additional lifeguards. And potentially we budget something for bylaw for whatever 4 or 5 weekends we think it's going to take for the implementation of the new rules that we're going to be rolling out this year. Maybe we look at that and do a comparison. Just a thought.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. So I fully support this as well, and I think part of our conversation, like a lot of the more prominent issues that we have at our parks and waterfronts and whatnot, having some municipal staff just there on the weekends. If these lifeguards could also be kind of not managing the properties, but trying to, like, there's a municipal face there. If they're going around leading by example, picking up some garbage here and there, maybe everybody else will. Keeping an eye out for some of the, like I say, you said about the new rules that, not new, but enforcing some rules that we've not been enforcing down there at the different parks. So yeah, I'm in full favor of that.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, Councillor, even if we didn't want to give that full responsibility to a lifeguard, they can be our eyes and ears for if we need to call in bylaw, or if we have to call in kind of our full-time staff to say, hey, look, this is what we're seeing, can you come down and, not every little. Yeah, just having some staff, I agree.
Councillor Smith?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Broad, for more information on this lifeguard program, what is the current staff? Is there 2 there all the time, or they do like 6-hour shifts kinda, or are they like 2 at the same time, or what's like their normal coverage right now?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, like part of the reason that we ended up going from 4 to 6 just this year was you can just barely successfully guard during the week with 2. The 3 allowed us to give a little bit more rotation, so you're not, when there's 1 missing, we're not pulling back our lifeguarding services. So even on the weekend, if you're looking at trying to provide, obviously, you might even reach the needing 3 or 4 staff just to guard per beach on the weekend. So flexing the schedules there, you're probably, the more I'm processing, it's like we're probably more in the 4 range. The 3 would definitely be on the lower side, just because if you want to, you can't just plop 2 guards there and say guard. You need to have the rotation. You need to have the sight lines. You need to have 1 out on the dock, 1 on the shore, 1 ready with this. So it's looking at that rotation. So making sure that we have the staff to not only provide the service, but adequately provide the service.
Thoughts on, so currently more lifeguards, right? Obviously, and bylaw for our waterfronts was is the thought process. Both talked about over the years. Obviously, didn't necessarily ask David to prepare a budget on that, so we can think about that. And then thinking about the admin role, which probably do need some hours of admin to maintain some level of service, but interesting that some of that is on the water department. So thinking that maybe at the end, when we look at the water budget, and then we think about maybe there is some opportunity for some admin work and the lifeguards all fitting in with that 100 and some thousand we've got, or if we're moving a few other dollars around, maybe decide at the very end when we get to water on that, because on the water budget, that gives us opportunity at that point. So table it, then we can think about it, and then at break time, if we want to get a few rough, and it only has to be rough numbers, because just on the summer students, we've got to know what we're paying summer students last year, so we could just get a note on that, if that's fair. CO Dahan, anything to add on that? Is that a fair way to think about it for now?
Yeah, I think that's a very fair way to look at it, and I know we're already kind of starting internally to process some numbers here, so that we're well prepared. But the one thing I do want to highlight as well is I'd want to make sure if that admin position, we've talked about Director Jansen and the great work he does with all the committees, but that takes a lot of his time, and it's appreciated by the entire corporation. We'd want to make sure we do have some supplemental support for him in one way or another, because part of his budget right now does not include that I'm going to call it executive level summer student he's had in the past. So I don't want to lose that as well if we are shifting away from CSR to something different. But I think we need to, we'll have that discussion. We'll put some numbers together and have some discussion about that.
Very good. All right, continue along, and we'll loop back. Okay, what's next?
So next up for council today is the campground and marina. So obviously the campground, we are still working towards reviewing some possibilities there. I know CAO Dahan and I have met with them a few times here, and we're still penciling, I think it's on CAO Dahan's whiteboard for mid-January, early February, and we've had those conversations with that group. But ultimately, we're still including it in our budget here just going forward. There's no substantial changes there. It's still, kind of the same costs. And similar with the marina, you'll see we've added in that budget there, still remaining cost neutral. We've had many discussions about it. We're kind of on the influx of one boat away from profitable, not profitable. So last year you're looking, we did have a little bit of revenue there, but it's, kind of in that influx of, we're not consistently where we need to be, but we've had open discussions there. So there's no major changes to either of those budgets.
Questions, comments at this point? Okay, very good. Thank you, Director. Facilities now.
So this budget for council, a lot more lines than some of the other budgets. Ultimately, we do have quite a few buildings. There aren't a lot of major changes within the facility budgets, a lot of small lines here and there. So I did end up having to turn up some of the repairs and maintenance, much similar to Director Hyman. The costs of repairs and maintenance, they magically don't go down. So a lot of our waterfronts, things like that, we're just turning, it might be $500 here, $1,000 at this building. So you're seeing a little bit of adjustment in some of those utility costs. You'll see under the materials and supplies, we have increased that by $4,000. About 5 years ago, the economic development budget purchased a lot of the banners and snowflakes that you see around. So this was us allocating funds within where we typically buy our flags and stuff. Same budget is right there. So we're just added to that budget to help start the cycle of replacing those as well. Just starting to, continue to grow that capacity. And another big line change in here that you'll see that I know Treasury pointed out was the plaza. Ultimately, we did a lot of plaza review work this year. We did find that impact tax assessment. We did find some utility bills. So we're just basically, it moved from Treasury over to the facilities budget just to help us better allocate funds to, the appropriate place. And then lastly, I know it came up earlier. We are looking at a little bit of a capital reserve transfer, so we're actually in the positive. I know there's been many years that we sit here and go, we need to get a facilities transfer, we need to get a facilities transfer. This is the first year that we're going to have a facilities transfer. I would say some of that might be because of the plaza project impending, like just looking at the arena and the plaza, we didn't put too many capital projects in there. So you could almost consider this a down year. So maybe next year we're going to be looking at a bigger capital project, but it's nice to actually see that there is an asset transfer there. It's kind of exciting for the facilities budget as a whole after so many years to actually see that transfer. But outside of that, that's kind of the operations budget. If anybody has any questions, happy to answer them.
Yeah, just a thought, and we have had a conversation at our RecDev meeting. Deputy Mayor and I, CEO, sit on the RecDev with community group on the materials and supplies, which covers off quite a few of our community beautification displays, whatever you may call it, such as banners in pole banners in Williamsburg, Morrisburg, Iroquois, Princeton, etc. Flags at a roundabout, Christmas lights here, the wreaths, potentially flowers, whatever it may be. And all those come out of material supplies, and I'd really like us to know that and think about that they're consumables, meaning that when one breaks or a couple break, like we want them replaced immediately, and versus thinking about, oh, you know, after 10 years they've all broken, now we got to come back and ask for all the money to redo them all. I'd like to see that on a, you know, just like a light bulb in our bathroom, when those things are you know, broken or worn out, we replace them immediately, and that's that line on there. So I just wanted to make sure that that was the thought process of all of our things. So I just want to comment on it because we get feedback on, hey, how come we're missing a few banners here, or there's lights around here. So just want to make sure, and if there's any more money that we should put in that line, you know, opportunity to think about that. Deputy Mayor?
Almost like I was on a rope there. It went up so fast. Thank you, Mayor Broad. Yeah, no, I think when I think about beautification, this thing has been coming up year after year after year. I know I put a call into CAO Ben DeHaan. I think it was on Thursday or Wednesday. And yes, I hear you. I think we all hear you. Yes, let's put some Christmas lights on our roundabouts this year. Let's increase the budget by $1,000. I don't care. Let's get these things lit up so we can appease all of the people in South Dundas and appease people that are coming in and out. I mean, we've got a beautiful 2 roundabouts that are actually very nice, and I would just like to see a little bit of Christmas cheer on them. So if we could do that, find your way to do that, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, and having it written into the budget line and the thought process, that's the level of service we've chosen, so that, you know, that's what we kind of want. So, and then, you know, next year if we decide we wanted to add another item, well, what's that cost every year? Okay, we'll add that to the budget. You know, what we're going to maintain throughout the municipality, and it's not all about the 2 plazas. Hence why I mentioned the Iroquois and Princeton and the banners. Right, there's Williamsburg. There's things going on all over the place. So we want to make sure that we look after beautification. I don't think it's a lot of money either. Time for sure, boots on the ground for some of these things to happen, but let's make them happen. Great job. Councilor Ward?
I would like to, through you, Mayor, talk about the plazas. So I
Okay.
don't know if you want to.
Sure, on a financial point of view?
Yes, on
Okay,
a
so
financial.
I think Councilor Vino will declare, we'll just step out and just let us know when you're done.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll chair this portion. Yeah, open it up for discussions. Councillor Ward?
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I just wanted to take a minute here and look at what's hitting the levy this year, and I think it's worth highlighting. So just based on, you know, what we like. It was just on. Was it just off? Okay, sorry. So just looking at what's hitting the tax levy this year, so there's $244,000 for the plazas is hitting the tax rate. So that's a lot of percentage hitting the residential tax rate on an asset that businesses don't contribute to, in the sense that, you know, we're doing a lot of maintenance and work, and we've had this discussion. We've thoroughly had this discussion that the 3 of us have. I strongly feel the township has made a significant investment of 1.07 in Iroquois recently. But to continue that ongoing level of service and that maintenance is really hindering our ability to do other things. Like, we are having discussions here today about saving 10,000 here, moving 15,000 over there. Meanwhile, we've got it's 93,000 is 1%. So I'll let you guys do the math. Going to the plazas where businesses are actively churning a profit. So I want to be cognizant that I want to see a revenue source here to offset this expense. I don't know what the percent is, and I'd like to have that discussion. And maybe that's a report that comes back, but I don't think that this is financially sustainable. It's a $99,000 increase this year because of that property tax moving in and out, hitting this budget instead of treasury, correct? Yeah. So,
Sorry, the expense has been transferred from
treasury.
Public Works and Treasury, and there's another line too.
So I just think overall having this picture this year, thank you to staff for painting that picture, because I think this is what I've been looking for, is to see what residents are investing in our businesses. And I think I've been getting a lot of feedback that perhaps it's not fair to put these costs back on the businesses, but I want to just make the point clear from my perspective and my opinion that there are some people really struggling this year to even purchase things at these businesses, and then they're being asked to contribute a lot of money towards the maintenance of these structures. So I really do think we need to go back to the businesses, and this is my opinion, and ask them for some assistance in paying for some of these operating related expenses, or perhaps allow them the opportunity to do it themselves if they feel they can do it in a more financially suitable manner. So that's my perspective. I do think it's unfair to the tax base to be paying that much of their net levy towards something that very much benefits businesses. So that's my perspective. I'm just sharing that today. And this is just on operating. I'm not talking about capital. This is day-to-day operating, to be clear.
Thank you for that, Councillor Ward. I don't think there's any surprise. We've been talking about this subject now for a better part of a few months. I don't think there's anything that you've said today that you haven't said before. Certainly, we're probably getting close to finalizing the report and then figuring out what our next steps should be or will be. I know we have had some discussions about whether we should have a public meeting or not have a public meeting, and we've been having some discussions about, for instance, the existing BIA funds. I think you've seen a couple emails that's come through, and I'm going to open that door again to say, okay, let's continue the discussion on the existing funds to make sure we're hitting the right thing. I don't think anybody's expecting us to try to figure out right to the nearest cent on a payback, but I think we just want to make sure that we do the whatever special project we do, it's going towards something that the businesses will appreciate, benefit, and appreciate. I'm not sure, Councillor, if you have anything in addition to say, but in closing for me, like I say, we're part of the process. We're getting close to the end. We'll hopefully in the new year, we'll come up with a decision one way or another. Councillor?
Yeah, so I do agree with Councillor Ward that we should look at doing something eventually. However, I think that to implement it for 2026, we're too late to get it done for 2026, and maybe, so the Iroquois Plaza project is done, but maybe the time so we'd have to make the decision, would we try and hit something just for Iroquois only because their plaza's been done and not Morrisburg until their plaza's done? Or would the fair thing to do both at the same time? Or so this is probably going to be a next fall decision to implement for 2027 tax year, or because I think we're too late for this year, for the 2026 year.
Yeah, go ahead. You can answer.
So
and
through
I'll give
you,
my
Deputy
comment.
Mayor, that's the point I'm making, is I strongly feel, sitting at this table, that I don't want to go another year fully supporting either plaza. I strongly feel that we need a report to come back in January so that the tax base does not continue to pay the full brunt for these businesses to offer things like snow plowing, sidewalk shoveling, yada, yada, whatever else we do. That is my opinion, but I don't want to go another year where we're putting 3 or 4% towards the plazas when we could putting 3 or 4% to something else like a road or a bridge or, a swing set. So these are all things that I would really strongly like to see in January. Like, I understand that we want to have further discussions with the businesses, but I also think we need to make a decision. So if we wait another year, that's a different council. So that's my opinion. But again, there's 3 of us up here, so it's up whatever you.
Yeah, before I make my statement, Deputy Treasurer, Sean Mason.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It is within council's control, once again, if you thought that we're going to have this discussion in 2026, you could put a revenue line in for X number of dollars. And if the revenue never comes to fruition, it's really just a deficit at the end of the year, but it will help to soften your tax rate if that's a consideration for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with, I understand everybody what you're saying, Councillor Ward, I understand what you're saying, Councillor Smith. From my perspective, yeah, I think what you're doing is separating what we're spending in capital versus what we're spending in operations, and the operations is always going to be there. But I'm of the opinion that our work should be completed first before we implement any type of levy onto the businesses. I think it's right now it is our asset and it is our responsibility. I think we should formalize the report, finalize the report, make a decision early in 2026, and then implement it for 2027 if that's the direction we're going to go. I don't think, though, that we should be waiting until fall, Councillor. I think we need to give the businesses a good 10 months, 11 months notification, so then that way they can prepare for it. And Councillor, I don't disagree. I've heard what you said about some of the businesses, and we do have pretty big businesses, but we also have a lot of small businesses as well. So I'm just kind of mindful of that I would like to give the opportunity, if we do decide to implement, the smaller businesses to, collect their revenue and perhaps prepare for 2027 if that's the direction we're definitely going to go on. So that would be my CAO.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that lines up with the path we at a staff level have been following as well. So actually give a little secret away, at our next meeting, we're coming back to talk about some of the options for the Morrisburg Plaza with that redevelopment and that redesign. So going to get some input from council, talk about then next steps with that project and how that connects to the work we're doing with respect to cost recovery for the elements that council has given direction to recover. So with the idea that we try and wrap that up, Q1, early Q2 of next year, give businesses the rest of that season, that full 6+ months to prepare for 2027, and we've gone through a lot of the exercises already. So our goal is to get a report back to council. I think we had January, like end of January, February. Like February is probably realistic by the time we have a public meeting, and if that's part of the process as well.
Okay, I do want to talk a little bit about the Morrisburg Plaza and the Capital Works, but I'll bring back the mayor and Councillor Vino in the fold. So Mayor Broad, just as you and Councillor Vino's getting comfortable again, we were just about to talk about capital on the Morrisburg Plaza. And,
Sure.
And I had just kind of a statement I want to,
Okay, yeah.
or discussion, if that's okay.
Yeah, of
or
course,
if you
yep.
wanna. Okay, so we're at the Capitol. So I've talked about this a little bit before. I know that we financed the Iroquois Plaza to the fullest amount, which was still under than what the projected is. But I think we should look at, and again, we don't have to make a decision today because we haven't done the work, and we're going to be preparing for the end of the year, next year in terms of finance and whatever. But I would like to see if there's some options of potentially not financing the entire project. I think it was 1.5 million roughly. I would like to see some options of maybe some financing, but also us financing it through our reserves. And I'm just strictly thinking about the amount of interest that we could save that could be used to pay down the debts that we already have. I agree with I agree with Mayor Broad that the debt isn't a bad thing, but when I look at our current debt situation, me personally, I'd rather not increase that by the $1.5 million. I understand that there's some debt that's going to be recognized coming off in 28 and then 29, I think, and then I think 30, 31, if I recall your chart there a little bit. But my personal feeling is I'd like to see if there's a way we can split that up and maybe finance it through debt, bank, and finance it through our own reserves to help with that interest rate. So I'm not sure if there's anybody else that has that flavor, but again, open for discussions for sure.
No, I think looking at the chart earlier, the 10-year loan we were going to take and the interest paid on that, or the interest paid on 20 years, it was significant, right? There's significant money there. So I think we definitely should take your advice and let's look at the options, right? The worst case is it doesn't work out, or we decide no, or we decide yes. So I think, I think we're open to all the options to see how that would work. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, and secondary to that, we should also have this all figured out before we go into lame duck next year, which would be that. When exactly would that be?
August 19th.
August 19th. So, yeah, so before that happens, instead of leaving it right till the very end, and then the next council has to decide how they're going to pay this $3 million bill, like we have to have this all figured out before then, so that we don't leave that burden with them. So,
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
So to that point, this is budget. This is how you will finance it. So I feel like we need to make these decisions to do that. Like you can't make a mid-year, if you're going to self-finance, you're going to self-finance, but if you're going to borrow, you're going to borrow. It's going to hit the tax base in one way or another, but it's going to be different. If you're borrowing from yourself, it's not hitting the tax rate, but your contribution back will eventually hit the tax rate again. So you're just prolonging when you're going to hit the tax base. I'm not sure I am in favor of using the tax base to offset. Again, I'm going back to what I just talked about, but I'm not sure I'm in favor of using money that the tax base is put away for asset replacement for other things, again, on something that I think should be cost split, which we're not talking about, but it's my opinion. I also am not sure self-financing is I look to finance, I'm not really sure, is that like unfinanced capital? Is that what we're talking about?
Well, to self-finance, taking it from the reserves, you are taking it out of the account to pay for these projects, and you're losing the interest on that portion. That's one thing you want to consider. But borrowing is a little bit higher, so it's not like you're saving the full amount, I guess is.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair
what I want to bring up.
So it's, in essence, it's unfinanced in the sense that we're borrowing from ourselves and hoping that we'll pay it back to the appropriate reserve when it comes. So eventually that payment will have to come back to that reserve, right? Because we'll be borrowing.
That's correct, yes.
And then we would want to account for that lost interest that we would be taking away. I would have, in a financially best practice. Okay.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, so fair points. I mean, I think that's why let's take a look at the big picture and let's come up with, and I say finance it. I mean, I'm just really just saying take some out of reserves and then contribute over the next 10 years a certain value back into reserves. That's really what I'm saying. But to Councillor Ward's point and to your point, we may be saving interest, but we're losing some on interest. So that, as I like to say, what is the delta? And maybe the delta isn't worth it. So just to get the big picture, or maybe we just take some out of the reserves and that's it. That's what you live with. again, you got how many millions of dollars in reserves? We got 900,000 in a promissory note. We've got, so maybe we just gotta rejig our reserves. Again, all open for discussions.
Comments, Treasury, or does this work for you? Yeah,
We can figure out the numbers,
Yeah.
but,
Yeah.
yeah, based on council's decision.
yeah, of course, yeah. Okay.
Sorry, Mayor, for point of clarity, do we need to decide this though today? Because there's a portion that's hitting the tax rate and a portion that's not, right? Like the debt, are we assuming like the reserve portion will hit this year and the debt will end 27? Is that what we're assuming when we approve this capital budget? Or
It is in this, the debt is in this budget.
the debt is in, so we're assuming we're taking the full debt even though the project's not done? So we're taking a portion of the debt?
We're assuming the full debt,
Okay.
2.5, but we don't know when the project will end, if it will be, in fact, 2027. We're assuming it's 2026 right now.
Okay. So we are deciding right now that a portion of this is hitting the tax rate. That's all I'm saying. Like, if we decide later to change it, just want to be clear, it could change the tax rate.
Understood. So we're not going to be passing this budget, I'm assuming, until January, right? So
Okay.
that should give Treasurer enough time to give us kind of the report of what we're looking at. Then we can make that final decision in January before we pass the budget.
Just as long as, I
Yeah,
didn't
no,
know if we
I'm
we're passing it today or.
Totally
Okay,
agree with you.
okay.
Totally agree with you.
Treasurer Sturt?
And I think just one correction, the Iroquois debt charges are hitting 2026. I believe we will probably start the loan process the end of 2026, but the actual charges, the payments will be 2027 for Morrisburg. So it won't hit the tax rate for 2026, only Iroquois.
Okay. That was wrapping up facilities. Yep. Okay. Moving on to AcDev. Okay. Lunch is here, so we will take our 12:05, so good timing. We will take our lunch break, 30 minutes, and pick back up after lunch. All right, continuing budget deliberations for Friday, December the 5th, Municipality of South Dundas. We'll move on to economic development. Clerk LeBrun.
Thank you, Mayor Broad. So, Council recently approved a strategic reorganization replacing the temporary acting economic development officer / communications officer with a permanent position. So no longer acting. The title of that position is Community Development and Communications Coordinator. So this role will be filled by the same person who is filling the acting Economic Development and Communications Coordinator role, so Tia. This integrates, there's a few reasons why we made this change. It integrates communications, committee coordination, and community relationship management under one position. So while the traditional EDO functions continue through our partnership with SDG, the province, and our contracted community planner. So that's one significant change that doesn't have a huge impact on wages, but certainly we believe this position will serve the community through TIA in a really positive way. The other things I'd like to highlight is under the revenue line, we have allocated $25,000 under grants. So this would be, staff will be applying through the Rural Ontario Development Fund to support economic development planning in South Dundas. So there's an opening, an application opening for the end of January that we'll be applying for. And this is also supported by the Economic and Community Development Committee, where they would provide up to $50,000 in cost sharing, which is why we have $25,000 in the budget to help rural municipalities with developing strategic plans. So we feel that we could use that funding to further advance our economic development. So this is one of the things I wanted to highlight. The other line under revenues is an increase in sponsorship. So as council knows, we had our second annual Business Awards Gala in October. So we've done this 2 years now, so we have a better understanding of the cost to put on this event. So we are looking to increase that budget line by $5,000. However, we're looking to offset that by potentially getting sponsorships. And what that would look like is we would advertise if you wanted to sponsor an award or a table, and it gets some buy-in from the community business and an opportunity for them to advertise as well at this gala. So this is very much in line with what other municipalities do for their business award gala and their volunteer gala. So we've added a line in there to see if we can evolve that program a little bit more. And the last thing I just want to highlight, and this is also an initiative recommended by the Economic and Community Development Committee, is signage for cycling. So we've allocated about $2,000 in the budget this year for that. So outside of that, happy to answer any questions.
Questions, comments? Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, and I was just getting comfortable looking through my papers when you were talking a little bit more about the ROD fund. So we've applied, it's for $25,000. We have not heard yet.
So we will be applying in
We will
January.
be
Yeah,
applying.
for the January intake.
And we have to match?
We would have to, it's a matching. So if,
Yeah, understood. So it's 25 and 25. I guess my only thought here again, and I don't want to dip into reserves too much, but this is really an unknown. Were we thinking that we would still contribute $25,000 to that regardless if we were successful in the application, or if we don't, or if we're not successful, then it's back to zero? And the reason I'm asking is if it's based on solely based on if we do receive the funding, then maybe that's something we shouldn't take out of taxation right now, that we should just take out of the working reserves if we're successful in receiving that money. So I wouldn't say we don't allocate it, we just take it out of working reserve, because it's a maybe, it could be, maybe not, we don't know, all of the above.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, obviously with the slide before, with the change in the earlier role, we still may want to have some money, and if we don't get that role, we may still want to have some money for active, but can come out of reserves at that time too, so it's best to have it in there, but if you'd rather take that out of reserves, it's fine. Okay? Take it out of reserves? Okay, sounds good. We'll take 25 out of reserves.
And then,
for that.
potentially, as you're just writing that down, potentially we see how we're successful we are with the sponsorship revenue, and maybe our sponsorship revenue for the different events will be a little bit higher, which then could offset that amount of money taken out of reserves. We really don't have like a full plan yet of what we're doing, so to your point, I wouldn't want to get rid of it.
Yeah.
But we may use 10,000, we may use 12,000, we use it. So to me, for this first year of, okay, let's figure out exactly what revenue and expenditures we're gonna have, then we can, the next council of the day, hopefully some of us, can decide whether or not we're gonna, have that as taxation moving forward. That was my
I'm pretty
thinking.
confident we'll get this, but then that'll be when I'm wrong. Yeah, exactly. Councillor Ward?
Thanks, Mayor. And to that point, can I just ask a question to Treasury about the sale of assets, that reserve fund, is it specific to what it can and cannot fund, just out of curiosity?
Through the chair to Councillor Ward, no, that is at the discretion of council. Right now, annually, there's $105,000 budgeted committed there to pay the long-term debt for the expansion of the industrial park.
Just through you, Mayor, the point there being, I just thought if we're selling assets like municipal land, it might be worthwhile to also reinvest that money back into economic development to draw people in. So I was just wondering if we could leverage
If not, the reserve won't
that
take it out of?
reserve fund,
Fair
just
point.
moving forward, if we're doing a capital project in ECDev, if it should come out of, just trying to see if that would make more sense than just the general working reserve, but just a thought. Doesn't make a difference either way which reserve it comes out of, but in the future too, maybe.
Fair point.
Okay, moving on to PIL grants. Deputy Treasurer Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are we CCBF? Okay, so we have a listing here of where we are with CCBF, and we're going to have a little bit of a surplus left over from 2025. That number is in the neighborhood of 485,000. The contribution hasn't changed for 2025, and some considerations if council wanted to move forward with spending some of that money. We have a contingency fund for the Morrisburg Arena, the Civic Center parking expansion, reduce the borrowing for the Morrisburg Plaza, potentially moving in one of the canceled projects from facilities, and potentially paving additional roads, or leave it for future funding of a project of your choosing.
Councillor Ward.
Sorry, Mayor, I missed the amount. Can
Yeah.
you just say that again? Sorry. 400.
Through the chair to Councillor Ward, the potential amount to be available at the end of 2025 will be in the neighborhood of 485,000. There's 210,000 budgeted to go towards the steps of the arena.
So leaving 275. Well, that's not talking
Including the 210 to go to the arena, the balance would be 485.
Okay, very good. Okay.
So Mayor, if I could, I've been a big proponent of getting Matilda Hall roof done for some time, reinvesting some money out there, because that project, and through you to the director, Director Jansen, how long has that project been sitting on the back burner? Quite some time, I think.
Through the mayor, I've only been here for 5 years, so I can only confirm 5 years.
So I believe it's been on the much before that. So that's something that I would like to see, and I think we use Matilda Hall a lot, and it does create a revenue source for us. It's much loved in our community, so sorting that out and getting that asset to where it needs to be, but also open to others. But it looks like there's some, maybe we could fund all of them almost. So anyway, I'm for adding better servicing, but that's my.
Councillor Vino?
Yeah, I agree. Not that we want to go and blow all of our money, but realizing some surplus here. There are a lot of projects that we've had on the back burner, and a proponent of outdoor recreation. I would also love to see that rink ceiling and vents get done, because I know we're working hard towards Morseburg's multi-use pad, and that'll be great for the residents of Morseburg. But Williamsburg would be great to see that done too. So yeah, I'd be a proponent for both of those, or all of them. I mean, we are really close. We could probably get that all done.
Thoughts, opinions? So far, Deputy Mayor?
Just on the, because it says paving additional roads to align. Jeff, in your budgets, did you put in contingency for AC indexing?
Through you, Mayor Broad, that's not part of the tendering amount. That doesn't come into play with our tendered amounts. So this year, it was strictly the unit cost supplied. It didn't take into account for that AC index.
Okay, so we could at some point in time see an increase based on AC.
You're correct.
Okay, so do we have an AC slush fund? So then what I would suggest is I think we should leave some of this on the table, if we're allowed to, just for any AC adjustments that may be recognized by the end of the year. Does that sound fair?
So far, sorry, CO DeHaan, go ahead.
Was I almost the deputy mayor as
No,
well?
I was gonna say your first name.
But no.
No, and I guess a good opportunity actually to point out what's been the image in the Leader, the great article this past week in the Leader about the road needs study that was presented at the last council meeting, and it included a map that showed the recommended program, not the program that's included in the budget. So I just want to make sure that that's clear to. I think council understands that, but to the community, the listeners that may be tuning in as well this afternoon, that's what the intention of the paving additional roads was intended to better align with what the recommendations from the road needs study are. I mean, all of these are fantastically worthy projects, including maintaining a contingency fund for AC for the arena. Like there's more need than there is money, so it's all good, but I just want to make sure that that's clear and put out there to the community as well.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Broad. So in saying that, I'm okay with the Matilda Hall roof at $285. I think we should move forward with that project, but I think we should leave the remaining $200,000 in case we have to fund for AC index. And then once we get the tenders and we recognize, we can always add a street if need be later on, or we can add a street next year if we've got that surplus still sitting here. So that'd be my proposal.
Councillor Smith?
Through your Mayor Brad, so I guess I'm going to maybe disagree with everybody else up here. The money was for roads. That was the purpose of that money. Am I correct? We just came in under budget. Is that correct?
Treasurer Stewart?
Through you, Mayor Broad. The money can be used for other projects as well. It wasn't specifically designated for roads in its entirety.
So it can be used.
It can be used elsewhere.
It can be used for. Okay, because
It's not like ISIF, this is building fund, so yeah.
Okay,
it can be used for either.
Because I was going to say if it was supposed to be earmarked directly for roads, then we should use it directly for roads.
Of course.
But if it's not 100% have to go for roads, then I suppose, yeah.
Back to Deputy Mayor's original question. Can we carry this over, or what's the rules on that? I think you said right at the very start.
Right, so through you, Mayor Broad, it can be carried forward 5 years.
5 years,
So there's
okay.
plenty of time.
like it says on the.
Oh, yes.
So current proposal is then let's approve and move ahead with Matilda Roof, 285,000. I think that's protecting our investment, protecting our interest there, and let's keep the other 200,000 for future discussions, paving, AC indexing, over budgeting on the rink. For now, is that fair?
The rink one, you're right, that one, who knows? Mayor Broad, you're right, you just, the rink one, you never know until we know.
Yeah, we start turning that floor off, digging the roof, whatever. You never know.
Never
what
know
we can
until
do.
we know.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so direction on that. Another project for Director Jansen. Guess you're gonna need some admin help, maybe.
I would like guards to get him out of the water.
Okay, next up, unless there's any other comments on that, I think we got direction there. South Nation. Is that the next tab? Wait a minute here. Yeah, South Nation. Yeah. How about our representative from the South Nations?
Sure, why not? Yeah, so we see the
Increase?
the increase, it's up around 4,000. Probably this is gonna be 2026 is probably gonna be the last year for that funding coming from the same way, because after that, it's probably all gonna change, and it's just a big unknown as to what's gonna happen going forward in the future.
Questions, comments? More to come on conservation authorities. Okay, debenture and health.
Here we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is debenture, this is where the debt charges flow through. Every year, we make a contribution to the debt charge reserve from the rent reserve, rent received from this building. And every year, we make the transfer from that reserve to pay the debt charges shown in that list.
Questions, comments? So, capital we're covering in each section, so I guess, water. Director Vilna, manager of wastewater and water, lagoons and water pipes.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Broad. I'd also like to start off by thanking my staff this year. They for their hard work they did in 2025. We had a lot of major capital projects that were done and went fairly smooth. We had the carbon, we had the UV lights, and we had a couple of one-offs. I consider them one-offs, but they ended up being a little more than one-offs because we had a transmission line break on us, as well as we had a major actuator break at the Iroquois wastewater plant, and we had a golf ball stuck in the escalator at the Morrisburg wastewater plant that broke the chains and caused us a lot of.
I know exactly what he's going to say. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Was it a Bridgestone?
Bridgestone 2.
Not mine.
So a few of the things I consider they're one-offs, but anyways, there was a few of them that happened. So the staff, when the escalator goes, there's obviously alterations that we have to make in the facility to make it run, and as well as the actuator up there. So the staff, I just want to let them know that they did an excellent job on that. Anyways, I'll get right into the first one is water. The water capital levy, it held at $1.03. The connection fees in 2026 are going up from $5,000 to $6,148. I'll just highlight some of the capital projects that we have going on. So the Morrisburg Plaza, obviously, there's been lots of discussions on that. The water rate study for DFA. VFD, we have to replace the VFD that went on us. I had a spare, and this is going to be the one that's going to take that place. And minor capital, this is just work that's going to be done in the facilities that just replacements on parts and stuff like that in the facility. And that came up to $54,500. So, is there any questions on water?
Councilor Ward.
The 22% increase to the 22.98% increase to the connection fees. Did we decide on that already?
Nope, this is being
This
proposed
is
right
new.
now.
Okay, and so, sorry, can we just dive into that? Was that based on asset management? Is that based on future capital needs? Sorry.
Deputy Treasurer Mason.
Through the chair to Councillor Ward, we had a discussion in this room a few months ago, and that was proposed to be 6 years of CPI stacked.
So through you, Mayor, it's not necessarily reflective of anything with regards to asset management. It's just a CPI indexing.
That's correct.
So can I?
Yeah, comment. Yeah.
So will there be a report coming back to look at that though? Because I do believe we were chatting about that as part of development charges and we separated them. So is this going to come back at some point to this council or is that it?
I guess,
So
Treasurer Stewart.
through you, Mayor Broad, no, we're proposing it right now, so you could refuse it and we reduce reduce it back to the 5,000, or council can accept it and we will include it in our fees and charges for water to be brought back in a bylaw.
Can I?
No.
Sorry, can you?
Yeah, sorry, just to quick, Deputy Mayor asked me a question. So current fees for water and wastewater connection for water is 5,000. Proposal is to increase it by CPI over 6 years to 6148.77.
Sorry.
The bottom lines, yeah. Yeah.
I was doing what you.
Yeah, you're looking at the top. No, appreciate it. Councilor Ward?
So through you, Mayor, perhaps my suggestion would be we accept the 22.98 for this year, but that we do a reconciliation over the next year to look at what that new connection rate should be, and then the next council can decide on that. But I do think that rate needs to be looked at, like, because that's only CPI, and I don't even know what the 5,000 was based on. I think that was a long time ago. It's been 5,000 for some time. So I'm sure the assets are worth far more than $5,000. So it's just a suggestion. In that way, it allows staff to carry forward this amount and then look at the amount that's needed. Or
We'll go CO DeHaan first here.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so just to recap, that was the direction we took from our last discussion of it, exactly as Councillor Ward had summarized that. Council felt very comfortable to kind of catch up on that CPI loss over those years, and then redo essentially a rate study, which has been included in the budget for 2026. Yeah, so Dennis had mentioned that that's something we need to do. On top of that too, I guess it's a great opportunity to identify that the timing is right, because as we're working with Parks of the St. Lawrence for their project, we do need to think about how that looks in terms of rate for that system. That'll be, because we don't want that system to burden the rest of the ratepayers within the community. So the opportunity is right, and the time to move the connection fee up, there's logic and a defendable reason why we need to be at the number being proposed.
Councillor Smith?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Broad. So is this number going to be the new number, excuse me, for several years, or like we're going to decide that later, or is the theory this is always going to index every year based on COLA?
Yeah, I can take that one again. So I think I would, unless we get direction otherwise in a rate study that kind of targets something a little bit different. In the absence of that, my suggestion would be if CPI is a very logical approach to take, because that's just reflective of the cost of this infrastructure to replace it. So I'd say yes, unless something is telling us otherwise, a report is telling us otherwise.
Okay, because what I was getting at is 6,148 is just a very random number. It'd be much easier just to say, if somebody asks what your connection fees, we could say 6,000 rather than trying to remember 6,148. So I propose put it at 6,000.
Yeah, it's a balance between having fees easily understood and remembered, and many decimal places every time. So, comment, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Broad. Tend to agree if we could round that number. I'm not suggesting we need to round up though, Councillor. I think we go to 6150 if we're going to do anything. I know we're splitting hairs, and I got less than you right now, but so. No, I do think we need a little bit further discussion on this. I do agree we did have that discussion, and you've done everything that we're supposed to do. I guess I want to relate this back to, and I know I recall the agreement for Swank's development and the connection fees there, which is structured. What about the Iroquois development? Would they be following this, or is there a structure on that one as well?
Deputy Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through yourself to the Deputy Mayor. The connection fees these are specifically water connection fees. They will be carried throughout the water system. When it comes to connection charges for Dutch Meadows, they are set at $7,500 for wastewater. And as I said, the rest, all connections are at $6,148. I will add that for water, any revenue that comes in from that connection charge goes to pay a self-funding loan that was set up in 2000 and some year. And it's still in the 6-digit range to be paid back, the high 6-digit range. So you will not see this going to reserves. It's going to pay down current debt.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So 6150 for easing of communications.
We should get 23%.
Okay, very good. Continue on. Thank you.
Well, thanks for making that 6150. It does make it easier when you're talking to people. So we'll move on to wastewater. So wastewater, we have a few things. Again, we already touched on it. Dutch Meadows will be $7,500. As well as in 2026, the connection fees are going to be $61.50. So I'll just highlight some of the capital projects that we're going to be doing here at the wastewater plant. So again, the Morseburg Plaza is going to be there. We're going to upgrade the internet connection down to the Morseburg wastewater plant at $46,000. We have 3 boilers. This is all 3 of them. So one thing I would like to say before we move on, like, our facilities are very all new. You would think they're all fairly new, but they are 20 years old. So we are starting to see things go at the facilities. So like the boilers they're going to be up near 20 years old. So we're replacing one right now. We currently have 2 out. So we're going to be replacing one in the new year. So 1 of 3 and then 2 of 3, and it'll be 3 of 3 eventually. In the minor capital in the facilities is $58,500. That's for equipment in the facilities. One thing I do want to touch on is last council meeting we had, Deputy Mayor brought up the streets. So we're not doing the East End project anymore. So we're moving on to the West End projects. We were talking about camera CCTV work on the streets that Director Hyman has chosen. So these sewer mains, they're not in the middle of the middle of the street. The 7 streets that are identified, they're all off on the shoulder. They're in the grass and that. But what I would like to do is camera and clean the sewer mains on them. We'll see if when the camera goes through the sewer main, it'll be able to tell if the sewer lateral is collapsed or what kind of shape it's in. If any of those are in bad shape, I'll bring it back to council at that time. Hopefully I have some kind of report, 10, 15, whether we want to replace it before it gets paved, or I'll try and get some numbers there for future budget. And that's all I have for wastewater, or for Morseburg wastewater.
Comments, concerns? That's good. Well, it's good to hear about that we're going to do that work.
Yeah, no,
camera,
just
so
just a quick comment, Mayor Broad. I like that, even though the main line may be in the grassed area, that's going to serve all right for the houses that are on that same side. But if there's a service lateral, and that's what we were talking about, there still may be a service lateral there. So I think, because if we conclude that there's a major upgrade needed for a sewer, well, then maybe we've got to rethink that budget for that road and maybe change it, and then start budgeting for sewer repairs and whatnot, and start planning in the future for that repair. So yeah, I'm for the $20,000 you said.
Yeah.
That's fine. And that's included in the budget.
That's included in the budget. Yes.
Okay, perfect.
So we'll move on to.
Sorry, Councillor Ward.
Sorry.
Thank
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question, and this is more for finance. With regards to wastewater debt charges, which is the Dutch Meadows pumping station, I know we had a discussion last year that we fell short. Are we anticipated to be on target this year to fund that? Because there is a portion, I'm just out of curiosity.
So through you, Mayor Broad, it depends on the connections. And I'm not sure that we know all the connections for this year, but obviously it's, if they're meeting the projected connections, then it will meet the target. But if they're not meeting the connections, then it'll be short. So
So through you, Mayor, how is it funded in the years that it's short? And then is it funded through the rate?
yes.
And then do they then pay the rate back? How does that work?
We do have a recovery mechanism. We did speak to them earlier this year, so it is in the agreement. And I
Okay.
believe we're meeting with them annually to reconcile.
Okay.
Yeah, we working with Swank, excuse me, through you, Mr. Mayor, working with Swank, we renegotiated that agreement just to reflect that the original projections weren't quite there, just market softened on them, but we have mechanisms in that agreement now to catch up. So we're not going to fall behind over the entire term. We have these opportunities to kind of reset that, the rates, reset that cost recovery. So,
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Broad, and maybe a question to CEO Ben Hahn. So in order to recognize the question that Councillor Ward has asked in terms of cost recovery, would they have to get into the second phase to be able to get all them connections on there, or is the first phase connections covered? Because I know their first phase, it appears by the drive-bys, it's getting pretty much built out. Which to me would suggest they've got to invest and get the second phase of roads and sewers in place. So then to start building and to collect the connection fees. Is that a fair statement?
I would say without the benefit of that agreement right in front of me and knowing that there was, I think there was even some phasing within phases that we had looked at. The agreement is based on the ultimate build and based on what they project for the ultimate build in that subdivision. So there are, I don't know if
It's
I'm
okay
gonna,
if you
I don't know
it's
how.
okay if you don't know the answer.
Yeah, I'm
right
not
off.
sure if I can
Just-
answer the question, quite frankly, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
Obviously, we continue to work with that client to make sure things are appropriate. Yeah, Pablo, good comment. Continue on.
Yeah, so we're moving on to Iroquois wastewater. Again, there, the connection fees will be going up to $61.50. So we have, so that facility was the facility that was hit most on the building repairs last year. That's why I spoke earlier on this. We had a rotork that went on us. That's an actuator at the discharge. Anyways, that was $15,000, and then we had a pumping station pump go on us. The windings went on us, and that was $20,000. So the building repairs line last year is going to be a little over but it should go back to normal this year for 2026. So some of the capital projects I have for Iroquois there's really only one. The rest are in minor capital. So the one is the digester roof. That's the original 1957 roof. That needs to be replaced. It's a membrane. It's leaking all over the place downstairs. So we're going to get that replaced. Some of the minor capital at that place, we're going to replace in a Euro drive. I'm going to upgrade. There is no security there. I'm going to upgrade the cameras, or not upgrade them, put cameras in there, and then I'm going to also fix the Euro drive, the rotork that went out on us. I can get it repaired for about $10,000, so I'll have that on the shelf in case it ever does happen in the future. I'll have that one on the shelf. So if there's any other questions, I'd be on Iroquois. I'd be glad to answer.
Deputy Mayor?
Just a general question, Dennis. Overall, your facilities, your buildings itself, and you're replacing a lot of the interior components. Obviously, what's the structures like? I mean, they're in good shape still. I mean, I know you could eat off your floors, which I'm never going to do, but I know that they're clean and all. But just generally, are the structures good?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Broad, the structure itself are all very, very good. What we start to see is, because there's a lot of chemicals, I'll just use the water plant for an example, the chemical room, it's, like you'll see, sometimes you go in there, you'll see the pumps, some may have some rust and stuff like that on them. We try to do our best to, like, you know, sand them and paint them and stuff like that, but just the chemicals eat the pumps and stuff like that. So wastewater, yeah, it's, we hose off the, you know, I guess getting into the dirty stuff here, but we hose off the waste as much as possible. If it does stay on, it'll rot the pipes and stuff like that. So the guys are really, really good. We have a maintenance we're constantly cleaning, like Monday, Wednesday, Fridays on these units. So, but as far as the structure, to answer your question, they're in very good shape.
Yeah, good. I mean, to me, that's the key, right? A roof needs to be replaced, you replace the roof. If there's some brick that's falling, whatever, do the repairs and get these buildings to last a heck of a lot longer than the asset management plan, which would be a benefit to all of us. To my point again, it's always like we overestimate in our asset management plan when we're gonna have buildings that hopefully will last a lot longer, which is a positive. I'm saying that's a positive.
Yeah.
So
The biggest thing I'm seeing I find like that is the electrical parts. That's the issue we're having. Like SCADA, you know, I had Capital Controls in a little while ago, and they're saying we upgraded our SCADA in 2017, and they're like saying you should, like, we have parts for if something goes down, but they're like, you're gonna probably have to upgrade your SCADA, and I'm like, geez, we just did that, like 2017. And they're like, how long does your computer, your iPhone last, or ever like that? Like 5-6 years, and it goes slow, and it can't keep up, and that's what we're starting to see with the internet over at the wastewater plant, and same with the things at the water plant. They run slower. So that's the stuff that I'm seeing more than the actual the building itself. Kind of. That answers any of your questions.
Yeah, no, I think it's really important to stay ahead of the IT, the services, the Wi-Fi. I know we had conversations before, even the training we did at our summit day about a off-grid laptop, so you can look at videos that customers bring you, et cetera. Those are all really important because our wastewater facilities would be a target, right, from a IT perspective. So
yeah, and that's why I'm upgrading the security, like some of the facilities. That was one of the things the ministry, when we had our inspection, that as well as we have we have at the water plant, we have security, we have like cameras, we have fence, so we're in good shape there. But it's the other facilities like the booster station and the low lift. There's no fence around them or anything like that. So those places right there are going to be getting cameras brought into them this year, in January of 2026 here. So.
Good.
Okay.
Excellent.
And last one is the Williamsburg wastewater. That place kind of really, like, the collection system there is in very good shape because it's all plastic. We don't get too many issues in the collection system out there. The lagoon, it's in very good shape. The only thing is we're probably gonna have to do a sludge judge next year, and we're gonna have to start keep on putting money into reserves for this. Because we might have to remove some of the sludge in the lagoon in the future. But as of right now, the only thing I have on there for capital is just I have $5,000. Just the cabinet needs a little bit of upgrading in it. I got a quote of like $3,700 for upgrades of that. So that's all I have for Williamsburg.
Awesome. Any other questions for water, wastewater, Councillor Smith?
So just to verify, all the connection fees for wastewater and water are all going to go to 6150. Like, and then the Williamsburg number was listed on here. It was going from 2,500 to just over 3,000, but who knows if there'll be a connection this year in Williamsburg or not? I mean, we don't know yet, right?
A lot less opportunity.
A lot less opportunity, yeah. On the sewer rate is going to go up 2%. It was in there to go up 2%. We just did several years in a row of large increases at Williamsburg. Is it possible maybe we could just leave that lay flat for a little while?
Sean, you guys want to answer that?
Yeah, it's really, we're at CPI, we're below CPI at this point, so.
we did that to catch up, didn't we?
Yeah.
yes, yeah, and we're flattening it out, but I think it's got to be at
Still
10%.
still low.
Yeah, Councillor Ward?
Yeah, I think, Mayor, like, I would be against that because I'd wait to see what that asset, like, when you guys do your rate study, that'll be really what tells you what you can and can't do, but to deflate it or to flatten it out, you have to wait to see what the data is before you can make that decision. So I just think that might be premature, but maybe that's what your rate study will tell you when it comes back. But I think we did it to catch up because there was no reserve. And as Dennis said, if we need to do some work there, it's got to come from somewhere. It's an independent system, right? Through you,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yeah.
so yeah, it has to have
Through
its
you,
own-
Mayor Broad, I'd recommend
Yep.
keep moving with the way we're moving because I just know from speaking with other directors and other municipalities, they've removed sludge and it could be up here $80,000 to get the sludge removed out of the lagoon, and we got to make sure we have the money there for it.
Very good. Okay. Thanks for consideration, though. Yep. Deputy Treasurer,
That, sorry.
3050.
Yep, I just need to know where you need to land on that number, please.
3075, 3050. 3075.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Dennis. That's yeah, right.
You make it a lot easier when people ask me.
Yeah. So I think that wraps up the current presentation. So obviously, further deliberations. I have some numbers I'd like to, in a thought on where we've gotten so far. I'll quote them out, and then Treasurer Stewart, you can agree with what I've said or match the numbers. So from a removing or transferring from within the budget, we would like to not contribute the 13,000 to the elections reserve, seeing as that we're quite a bit ahead based on current fees. And then for 2027, maybe adjust what amount we need to put in so that we're kind of on track for that fund. So that's a removal of 13,000 totally. For under the roads side, the guardrail for 18,000, take that out of operations, out of taxes, and take it from reserves. The three items for the parks, totaling just over 31,000, take that out of the parkland reserve. The ROD program, the matching 25,000 for the employee, for the work that an employee we're gonna do, take that out of the reserves, more specifically the asset management, the asset sales one, or the working reserve, one or the other. So that's taking 25,000 out of reserves. I'd also like us to then consider if we keep in the, so that total so far is 87,000. 87,000, yes.
Sorry, and just before
Sure.
we talk about the position, can I suggest that we need to increase our grants and
Yeah,
donations?
I've got
'Cause
that.
it's okay.
I've got that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's where I was going, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so starting there, then what we want to put back in, council, grants and donations, 30,000. I'd also like for us to add 2,500 to David Jansen's maintenance line for beautification. Small amount, but keeps us going on that. We kind of discussed that. And that leaves us kind of with the roles and some jobs. So here's my suggestion, and we can certainly debate. The admin role comes in over 60,000 for the 9 months of the year. And earlier we talked about some of that could be related to water. So we admin the water meter part. So we take 25% of that role and charge it to the water department. So that's 16,000. Okay, so that removes $16,000 out of taxation. Okay, yep. Yeah, so that adds, so we add the 87 I already talked about, add the 16,000, we save 103,000 on taxation. We keep the admin role in, which we had, but it's at a reduced rate now. And then we add the lifeguards, 4 lifeguards at about 28,000. And we add waterfront bylaw hours of about we'll say 5,000. Is that a fair number, Director? 28,000 for lifeguards, yep. The water bylaw for the weekend coverage for bylaw, 5,000. So we're kind of covering, we keep the admin role, we split it up for the 9 months. We get the 4 additional lifeguards, we get some money for waterfront bylaw, and we add the 30,000. So my math is round numbers, because I know there's some decimals on some of these, but we're taking out 103,000 from taxation, and we're adding back in 65,500. So we're down on taxation 37,500 approximately on that thought process. And that's your math, okay? Thoughts, comments, any other areas we want to talk about?
We're down on taxation,
We're
up on level service.
Yeah, so definitely increasing level of service from admin point. We've got some hours that we're going to add. We're adding weekend lifeguard coverage. And I know Director Jansen had kind of thought he was going to include some of his bylaw on the weekends in his normal budget, but let's add that in to ensure that we have enough money. Because now we're going to have lifeguards there. Let's have a bylaw there, right? We're gonna have that system set up for 2026, which is what we owed it to our residents to deliver that. So
My math has that at about 3.7%.
so we're gone down to 3.7.
That's just my math.
Your math?
I've been
You've been wrong before.
wrong before, roughly.
Earlier.
Never.
Councilor Ward, thoughts or other things to discuss?
No, Mayor, I was trying to read the temperature of the room there, but I also wanted to go back to the discussion about fleet, how it's underfunded for next year,
Oh.
and if we wanted to transfer that 0.3% back to the fleet reserve, but I see nods or not nods, so.
Well, I think on the fleet, and we kind of discussed the time, let's see what our surplus for 2025 is.
Okay.
And that's, we take that and we put
Okay.
a good portion or all of it or a good portion into that.
Okay.
For sure. And then we also get to see, where some of our other budgets come in, because we know maintenance is high, but we've saved at a few others, so. Yep. And we'll have a good chance to do a full day committee of the whole meeting on fleet, overlay it with the landfill kind of payouts and the money on that side, so we can, and then look at the total fleet inventory, years, strategy, et cetera. But you're right, we want to add to that fleet reserve and set it up for the next year for sure. Councillor Smith? Oh, turn that back on here.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
There was something else I wanted to
Okay.
go over. It's in the total reserves. If I can go back and find the total reserve page
Sure.
list.
Second tab, I think.
It was was the modernization funding
Oh, yes.
reserve, was that something like COVID related, like something that money that we got like granted to us during COVID, or what was that?
Deputy Treasurer. Actually, why don't we do all the lines there? Because that would be a good reminder. Some of them are empty, but
Yeah.
yeah. There's 4 lines under service delivery reserve.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Smith. The reserve you're talking about was money that was contributed from the provincial government and was essentially no strings attached, but they hinted heavily of what they didn't want it spent on. So the last couple of times we used some of the funds for hiring at the first year of the infrastructure coordinator, and then we also have been using the funds to pay the costing of the estimates for inserting the transfer station, and the rest of it right now is they wanted it used for something that actually shows you're improving the service. They went so far as to say, we don't buy a truck with it or don't pave a road with it. We want to see some kind of
New delivery of something.
yes,
service,
but
yeah.
I have not seen
Yeah.
anything since.
Okay.
Okay, so just there, we have just added a few new things back in, like in terms of service. Could they be used, say, if we wanted to pull out, say, a few $1,000s for lifeguards or something like that? Could we use some of that for that, or would that not be proper?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Smith, I don't think at this point, I think that money's been in there since 2022-ish, maybe even 2021. So realistically, I think if you're expanding a service, I don't think it's gonna raise any eyebrows.
Or like, and the same thing would go with the safe restart funding as well, and like there's still like the COVID-19 recovery funding. Like, could we just move that money out just to eliminate those line items? Because I don't think we're going to need those again anytime. I hope we don't need those again anytime soon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council, those lines had very specific criteria as to how it was to be spent. At the time, we did not spend it all, and there has not been any reporting requested from the province since. So with the last couple of years, anything to do with with being able to work remotely, we've been charging against that the Safe Restart funding. So anything to that nature is all that's been coming off of that. But again, I've seen nothing from the province since 2021 again.
Yeah, certainly an opportunity if we aren't specifically looking at a project or an idea for this to use it in some capacity, which could free up other money to put towards fleet reserve, for an example, or right? Yeah.
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 Anything, just use it up.
Yeah, because I mean, it's like, honestly, it's just sitting there, and it'd be nice that if there was something that we could, agree upon today, that it could get used for him, if you could save something out of the tax rate, or if you could use it to shift something else around, so.
Like, so modernization, the radios, or technology.
Great find. Great find.
So, okay, so then,
Where was that?
so, okay, so that's modernization funding, so 35,000, put that towards the radio project, so then we go under fire. Or, it was, oh yeah, we were gonna consider, oh yeah. We were gonna move them out of fleet to working reserve, we could just move it to that reserve.
But all you're doing is moving out of reserves, you're not saving out of taxation.
But we're adding to fleet
That's my
reserve,
point.
we're adding to
Yeah,
fleet
yeah,
reserve.
No,
Yeah.
but in terms of
Taxation, no, it's either,
taxation, there's no difference to that, but it is a great plan.
Yeah.
I like it.
I just think like the further we move away from when that money was awarded to us, the more questions the further council is like, when did that money come? What was it supposed to be used for? Like, we're eventually nobody's gonna know, and nobody in the room's gonna know what it was there for.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good point
So-
to.
It should be used up.
Right.
Even if it is just using one reserve. Yeah, so it should be, in my theories, it should be used up, even if it is just using up one reserve instead of another reserve. It should be
okay.
used up.
All right, so for the radio, on the fleet reserve, of the 47,000, use 35,000 from that modernization reserve, so that gives us, that puts 35,000 more into the fleet reserve. Okay? Okay. And then just on those other two, just on the other two items in that, should we have a report back on what we could fund with that? Like ideas, and then we could think about. Maybe.
Fair point. What about the coat rack? Gold-plated coat rack for $18,000 million. You ever think of a back of a chair?
Are we clear what we, yeah, so go ahead, CO Don, do we know what we can spend?
Yeah, I would say that I think just internally, we can come up with a couple options to just reallocate reserves versus this one and kind of zero those out. That'd be no problem at all, and that's a simple resolution passed by council at some point, right? Yeah.
And I think the goal is to get it to fleet reserve, because we know that's where we're falling behind. Okay? Yeah, Deputy Treasurer Mason.
Mr. Mayor, on that line, there's $5,000 identified. Lost my screen.
Yes? Oh, yeah, okay, there's 5,000 there too, yeah.
So that 5,000 was specifically for dealing with cannabis blowback back in the day when it was first. Sorry.
Cannabis blowback. Okay.
Don't put that.
We're, that's really clear.
Additional cost in reference to cannabis being released in Ontario.
Very good.
I kept my smarty pants on.
Okay, yeah. turn your mic off. So, what,
If it's that long ago.
sorry. Okay.
Yeah. So if it's that long ago, see, this brings up the exact point that I just made, that eventually everybody's going to forget what this was used for. I mean, I don't want to do anything wrong towards the province, so we got to make sure we do our due diligence here. But as long as it generally fits what their intent was, I'm not sure that this is something that they're really got a magnifying glass on. Like, I think we should go through, do our due diligence, make sure that we can use it for some things, but try to zero out all those line items. So I think the direction to staff would be come up with some ways that we can, I think that's a great point you brought up, Councillor Smith, come up with some ways to zero out these line items, working within the Ontario's framework.
Yeah, I totally agree, and if we can reallocate towards fleet, or if there's something that we want to do this year that we could utilize that fund for to help with taxation a little bit, I think, you know, it gives you a month or so. I think January we finalize the budget with some of these knowns and we make a final decision. It's a great find, Councillor Smith, great find.
Okay, so those reserve items, just moving around reserve money, so not affecting taxation at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other?
No, the only Mayor Broad, I just say, and I know it's not maybe going to be popular among some, but if the flavor is okay, I'm okay with it too. But I'm still a little hesitant about adding more administration staff. I just think we've got enough. I think we got enough great players in here, great staff in here, that I'm not convinced yet that we need to add that. Even if we are moving some, I'm just not convinced we need to add that staff. I think we should just be allocating the money that we have in there towards lifeguards and bylaw and then just leave it. But that's just my opinion. But you guys nod yay or nay, just like when you looked at me earlier and say, oh, you're saying no, and that was it. So that would be my last little pitch. That'd be it. Don't hate me, staff.
Councillor Vino?
For me, I think we'll just wait and get these kind of finalized numbers towards that plan that you kind of spelled out, and then we can finalize it from there once we have solid numbers and kind of look at the roles then, if that's okay.
Okay. So it's all in, and
So what's the magical number?
So the winner is, as you said, the mayor, I think it was 37,610 is what it's being reduced by.
okay.
Which means 3.71 tax rate for the municipality, which then in turn is 3.67 tax bill overall.
So with the 448 at counties, 0 increase at school board, and South Dundas at 371.
Yes.
The total is 367.
Yes.
School board's not.
Yeah, it's 0. It's been neutral for a while now, so, yeah.
Yes, currently the school board's unknown, so whether they increase or not, we don't know.
Okay. Any other comments?
Sure, why not? When I look at all the projects that we're doing this year, I know that we're down at 3.71, but I think we're doing still got a lot of projects, especially now that we've included the Matilda. If you look at the county road systems, all the county roads in South Dundas, it's been approved. The arena, everything. Sorry if I'm stealing your notes.
Yeah, that's
but
exactly, no, it's good.
I just,
I'll just correct you. No.
from my perspective, I think South Dundas has done not only good this year, I think we've done really good in the last 4 years. And I was just stop there because I'm sure you want to
Yeah,
expand
no,
on that.
it was, I'll echo the same thing. Last summer, Iroquois was under construction with the mall, and obviously Valcoff starting a lot of activities, lights at the waterfront. Yeah, this coming summer, we're like Morrisburg Plaza, Morrisburg Arena, the county roads, town streets, a lot of Matilda. Now roof is on. There's a lot of construction, and a lot of projects going to be completed in 2026. So that's good, and always tough to ask for more money, but looking around all the other communities, we've done an excellent job. So I think the staff and to our team. I think we're really trying to deliver a good level, increased level of service, and deliver effective costing. So, any other comments from anybody? No. CEO, final words.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate, again, all the effort that went in today. Direction from council, really appreciate it. It makes it a lot easier when we have a good understanding of what council's looking for. And again, to our treasurer and deputy treasurer for all the hard work today. I know it's there's a lot coming at them as we're going through these discussions. So to be able to distill it down at the end like that and kind of give us a good understanding is a great thing. So thank you very much, and I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend.
Okay. With that being said, again, thanks to everybody today.
Oh my God.
And I have a motion. Let it resolve that the Council of South Dundas adjourn to the call at 1:37 p.m. Moved by Councillor Smith and Deputy Mayor St. Pierre. All in favor? Carried. And with that, we'll say good afternoon from South Dundas.